2023, when Buriram United first came into the FFWS Global Finals with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by two-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana, the all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as Buriram finished third instead. This year, they return with the same goal: prove the doubters wrong. But they started the tournament poorly.
ก็พวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่ครับความพยายามไม่เคยทำร้ายใครอยู่แล้วพวกผมพยายามมา2 ปีครับที่พยายามมามันไม่เคยเสียหายครับมันทำให้ทีมตัวเองได้เก่งยิ่งขึ้นครับแล้วที่วิจารณ์กันมาว่าฟอร์มดรอปก็ตอนนั้นก็ดรอปจริงๆครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็พยายามแก้ไขในสิ่งที่พลาดในตอนนั้นจนถึงมาสำเร็จทุกวันนี้ครับ
รู้สึกว่าอยากได้มากครับเพราะว่าโดนพี่เกียรติล้อคีนอนชอบล้อผมไม่มีแชมป์โลกที่แต่ MVP ไม่มีแชมป์โลกเขาชอบล้อกันนะคนที่ชอบล้อผมนะแต่ผมเกียรติคนเดียวนะคีนอนคนเดียวเลยชอบล้อไปถล่มเขาย้ำๆนะคนดูเพราะว่าชอบพูดมาแบบนอนว่าเฮ้ยใครไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะไม่คุยกับคนไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะ
Reset, adapt, burn bright.
Powerhouse Stack with champions, Buriram United Esports.
ก่อนจะเข้ามาแข่งรอบเจนไฟนอลก็คิดไว้ครับว่าพวกผมมาแชมป์ให้วัฒนาเพราะว่าน้องยังไม่เคยได้แชมป์โลกแล้วทุกคนทำเพื่อวัฒนาแล้วก็มั่นใจกันมากครับผม
This year, they finally did it.
Your 3-time world champions.
Joanna's dedication for Buriram finally paid off, as he made history as the first ever 3-time FFWS Global Finals champion, as the captain led his young teammate Wasana to his first ever world championship.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้เห็นน้องถูกถ้วยแล้วแต่ว่าเราก็ดีในเรื่องเราก็ดีใจเหมือนกันเพราะเราก็ตามหาถ้วยนี้มานานมาก
ก็มาแทนตอนนั้นเหมือนมาแทนพี่ไอ้นะครับแล้วเขาก็เมนกันว่ามาแทนเดี๋ยวคูดจะไหวหรออะไรก็ผมจำไม่เห็นแล้วนะครับ
Once the youngest in EXP, now the backbone of AG, he's walked this path before. In 2023, he seized the tournament MVP, carving his name in fire against giants like Buchin, Q, and Bops.
รู้สึกดีใจอยู่ครับแต่ว่าเสียใจที่ว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ด้วยครับ
AG's due as their leader, their carry, their heartbeat. Within 2 years of relentless improvements, he came back stronger. He led his squad to crush doubt and dominate the Clash squad.
Oh, dude! You can do it, son! This is it! A swap MC7! Drags them across the finish line with an ace on map 3!
From being the 2023 MVP, he has walked the talk, and now he proves the doubters wrong all over again, earning the first ever MVP and carving his name into history as a champion of the first Jakarta for the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. The biggest Free Fire event in Free Fire Esports of the year. The knockout stage began, and 6 days decided everything. The best teams crushed doubts, while 6 teams were crushed by pressure and eliminated early instead.
Triple kill. Double kill.
Fans from every corner of Indonesia traveled to witness an epic finale to the team's journey in Jakarta's Indonesia Arena, the nation's largest esports venue. 100,000s of fans, lights, music, fire, energy, all building up toward the biggest show Free Fire has ever put on. What an epic end to the FFWS Global Finals 2025. Congratulations to our world champions, BIGETRON United Esports. A Guinness World Record-breaking esports event attended by over 600,000 participants.
Welcome to
All access.
This is the Pros Masterclass. Nero, a deep dive into his strengths, abilities, and why he's shaping the way pros play right now. Next, let's break down some high-level pro plays from FFWS 2025. RQ Kazoo took the launch pad and a free target for P-Sports as they soared through the sky. RQ Abe got knocked the moment he landed. From far, Nero's skill to stop RRQ Kazu from instant blue walling and get a resurrection on RRQ Abe. Nero's skill also disables Joseph ability, allowing detection skills like Moko's to become more effective. RQ Kazoo had to spend more time breaking Nero's plushie before they could safely resurrect. The damage from Nero's plushie continues to tick down their HP. T-Sports uses this window to close in on RRQ Kazu. With RQ Kazu's HP not full, P-Sports comes in for the cleanup. Meta shifts, tactical zoning, and anti-glue control, Nero brings a whole new layer of strategy to every fight. At this moment, Esports uses Nero's skill first to break through the enemy's defense, powered by Joseph, then activates A124 skill to disable the opponent's active abilities. However, Joseph can counter a 124's effect and protect himself from it. That's a wrap on our Nero breakdown. The plushie, the pressure, and the plays that define this meta. Is Nero your must pick, or just overhyped?
"12 teams reset back to 0 points in the champion rush. The grand finals bring pressure like nothing else, with unpredictable results, split-second decisions, pressure, and stage fright. This is where confidence decides everything."
ทุกชั่วโมงทุกอย่างที่เราซ้อมกันมาถึงวันนี้ทุกอย่างที่เราเสียสละการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่เราปรับและชูเรามาถึงจุดนี้ได้เนาะ
Só ganha essa p*** quem dá orgulho, mano.
Então não vamos deixar ninguém ganhar e ninguém tirar esse bullet de nós.
Hari ini terakhir. Ya, waktunya keluarin semua, main all out dari game 1. Ya, main all out dari game 1 tanpa beban, tanpa pressure, enjoy. Se-enjoy-enjoynya.
Sedikit waktu maksimalin. Percaya sama teman, itu yang paling penting. Koko, ไม่มีอะไรแล้วเดี๋ยวไปกับบวกข้างบนมาคุยลำ3 ที
Valer a pena na vida de vocês, mano. A gente não sabe que a gente terá outras oportunidades igual essa. Fechou? Então vamos pra cima. Alguém quiser falar, o momento é de vocês.
Dut, bilang sama gua, match 4 kita sampai di champion draft match kelima tidak tutup. Walaupun emang harus gagal di match kelima, match 6 kita tutup. So menurut gua gak ada yang gak mungkin. Walaupun emang harus gagal sekali, masih ada next match. Paling aku dari aku itu aja, selalu diingat, saling percaya, itu kuncinya guys. Oke, kita mulai. Mari kita berdoa guys.
Não deixa hesitação. Mais do mal. Amém. Bora ao máximo em geral. Segue o fluxo.
Masih, kuat.
Gak apa-apa. Ya.
Capek banget, Cok.
Two booyahs from the on-fire Fluxo silenced the Indonesian crowd, leaving behind a big gap with R7, RRQ, and EVOS. They are now in desperate need of a recovery.
Santai guys.
RRQ and EVOS finally recovering. However, Buriram is miles ahead of everyone else. The first to activate the champion rush.
Aku nggak lewat sini, kita
Lewat depannya, ayo. Gua skill.
Len. Satu. Sabar.
A desperate play from RRQ stops Buriram,
Masuk postir.
giving Fluxo the chance to activate the champion rush with the booyah. Champion rush activated. Now two teams begin their race for the final booyah.
Mata. Nome aí. Go.
It's the end of FFWS Global Finals 2025. We witnessed doubts being crushed and history being made from the eyes of the MVP himself, Wasana. Buriram United Esports are crowned as Best Team of the Year.
Where am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush style, sick of me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A jump. Went from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, bass jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze. I pursue, don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how I got it, now the loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird, love the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gon' verse now? Who am I gon' verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine all these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, ate it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body, the shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gon' beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turn it back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now I can go reverse now.
Let's go.
Wild and free, got an animal in me. Once you see, you ain't never wanna leave. You think your eyes are fooling you. It's just the way my body moves. I bring the sugar and spice. I got naughty and nice. Get the cinnamon once, promise you want it twice. So come get a taste like dang. Got looks that kill, bang bang. I'm razor sharp, real sauce hard. Light it up, fireworks in the dark.
Watch out, I'ma get ya. Don't leave, I will let ya.
I'm razor sharp, really so far. I light it up, fireworks in the dark.
I'm a non-stop drill, I can lose that kill.
I'm a little bit bittersweet, but you can pour some sugar on me. I'ma knock you off of your feet. Non-stop thrill, I can lose that kill. I'm a little bit bittersweet, but you can pour some sugar
Winterlands is back. This year, dreamier than ever. Become a Dreamsmith in the Winterlands Dream Space event and get rewards. Weave dreams for Yeti using event tokens and watch Yeti sleep soundly. You may even trigger a candy rain. During Winterlands last year, we explored Bermuda with the Frosty Tracks. This year, we'll journey through the maps with the Dreamport. Each match, Yeti pilots the Dreamport along a random route and stops twice. Before the Dreamport reaches the midpoint, players can parachute onto it to loot. And players can make a wish at the Wish Fountain using coins to get special loot. As the Dreamport lands at the endpoint, the fountain provides even better loot. Try out the special event limited ice darts and the weapons that shoot snowballs. Additionally, snowboards are auto-assigned to every player at the start of the match. Perform tricks and be the coolest boarder on the block. These snowboards are also available in Clash Squad. Use them to speed across the battlefield and pull off different tactics. Oh. Well, that's new.
Oh, do you want to be big, little guy?
Huh? Huh? What are you, and what are you doing to Yeti? Uh-oh. Fix this now!
Stay chill. I just fulfilled his dreams.
That's not fair!
Would you like to see how it is to be legendary?
What? Wow!
Wish granted. So, where were we?
You ruined the festival! Ugh!
Ruined? This was my Winterland's goodwill gesture.
But now everything's a mess.
I've seen worse nightmares, but okay. Is there anything else I can do for you?
You could do that.
From the kid that everybody doubted and everyone said was overrated.
Mungkin player overrated ya Wasana lah. Wasanaครับ
O Asana.
Wasana.
É o Asana. Atualmente vai sobrar pro Asana.
He is the only one who has never won any international tournament in his team. His hunger was higher compared to others. Towering in front of him, the same enemy, the two-time world champion. The same challenge for him to overcome again. Whenever Buriram needed someone to step forward, Wasana was always there first. Every fight he took was a risk. But that's what makes him one of the best rushers in the world.
Oh, Wasana! Nolan notices him as LBT tries to take the trade on the map, but he turns around too late. The mini Uzi making all the difference for Wasana.
Bina out in the open. Wasana looks to finish him off at this point. Bina dropped as well. Ooh! Best rushes out there, the one and only Wasana.
We do have Wasana. Oh, the one shot onto Blade. Wasn't even given a chance to be able to be picked up. And now Wasana pushing through for the team as well.
Fearless and relentless, he created openings where none existed, winning duels no one else could.
Put it up, already have activated the champion rush condition. This has to be the moment. Put it up! Your three-time world champions!
2 attempts, 2 heartbreaks, but he refused to break. When everyone doubted him, he kept his smile, and today he burns brighter than ever. The MVP of the best team in Free Fire World Series 2025 Global Final. Since 2023, when Birmingham United first came into the FFWS Global Finals, with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by 2-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana, the all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals, Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as Buriram finished third instead. This year, they returned with the same goal: prove the doubters wrong. But they started the tournament poorly.
ก็พวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่ครับความพยายามไม่เคยทำร้ายใครอยู่แล้วพวกผมพยายามมา2 ปีครับที่พยายามมามันไม่เคยเสียหายครับมันทำให้ทีมตัวเองได้เก่งยิ่งขึ้นครับแล้วที่วิจารณ์กันมาว่าฟอร์มดรอปก็ตอนนั้นก็ดรอปจริงๆครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็พยายามแก้ไขในสิ่งที่พลาดในตอนนั้นจนถึงมาสำเร็จทุกวันนี้ครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the final day of Free Fire MAX Asia Invitationals. It has been a roller coaster of a journey. We have seen it all. Heartbreaks, clutches, laughters, and cheers from you viewers. Truth be told, you folks watching the stream are the true champions. And well, when you've already been crowned, let's see who our next champions are going to be for the CS mode. To take you through the first semi-finals, it's going to be us, Grips, and me, Auzora Aiden. How are you doing, Grips? Excited for today?
Excited? Bro, I think excited is an understatement. I was so overexcited, I could barely sit still in my chair. I almost fell off of it, and I haven't even begun casting yet, so I don't even know how high my energy levels will be once the games actually begin. But there is one thing for certain. While I am full of energy, I guess some players over here will be full of nervous energy, because the storylines that have been brewing since the start of this tournament, and I'm not even just talking about the Clash Squad mode, I'm talking about since the BR play-ins, the storylines that have been brewing over here have now reached the pinnacle. At this point, we have the best of the best survivors only over here. And today we will crown yet another champion.
That's right, and we are excited, super pumped to see how well all of the journeys It's either going to go ahead all the way towards the grand finals or it's going to end right here towards the semis itself. Super excited to see how well the first game is going to look like. But before all of that, you know the way banters have been throwing in, like you rightly mentioned, the storylines that have been brewing so far. AVIDA x KDC against BIGETRON by Vitality. And in the PR mode, we clearly see what just happened there in the past. So that blast in the past, will it hinder the entire performance of BIGETRON? Is one of the places where I have that burning question running in my head.
Yeah, and I think you're the only person who has been able to excite everybody else with their own contagious energy. You know, these people, the players that we will be witnessing over here today, these guys have been preparing for the class squad mode since the last 4 days. And I'm pretty sure that every team that has played so far have already revealed at least 70% to 80% of their strategies. The remaining 20%, the stuff that they've been saving up, today is the day to unleash all of those secrets, and they will have 2 opportunities to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 semi-final matches. Both of them will be best of 3s. The first one is going to be between BIGETRON by Vitality and AVIDA x KDC. The second one is going to be between P Esports and NG Pros. And these 4 teams will fight in the semi-finals and go into the grand finals. If they win the grand finals, they will win $4,000 US. Ladies and gentlemen, the overall prize pool over here is a massive 15k. We already distributed quite a lot of money away during the BR phase of the tournament, and now we have more money up for grabs in the clash squad mode.
Oh boy, I'm very excited to see who's gonna take this one. The champions, for sure, they're going to receive $4,000 in their pocket, but the prize pool is of $15,000. So even the teams who are at the state of 9 to 16 spot, they have a chunk of this prize pool. But of course, it's always going to look big whenever you're going to hit those perfect spots, which is 2nd place, 3rd place, or even over here, 4th place. So it's equivalent. And the champions, of course, that's one of the places where most of these 4 teams are aiming for.
Yeah, and by simply making it to the semi-finals, just by playing today, these teams have guaranteed themselves a payout of $1,500. If they win their semi-finals, they will get a minimum of $2,000. But who wants just that? You want the big 4K. So I think all these teams are gonna do their best to win that 4K prize. Of course, to do that, they will have to be very creative because each teammate is only allowed to have 1 active skill. Every player in the team needs to use a different active skill, so you can't repeat any of these active skills. And I think most of the people who play BR and all the teams over here have a set meta, right? They've figured out what are the best active skills to use, what passive skills you need to combine them with. And at a point in the BR section of this tournament, I was not surprised by any of the abilities that the players were using. But in the clash squad mode, we get to see a lot more creativity, a lot of different characters and pet skills and active skills which you don't often see.
Exactly, and that's going to be super fun. Moving forward, the way things are going to be shaping, it is about time that we look at the brackets for one final time. Semi-finals, super excited, and the way things have already been shaped, it's looking perfect. 1, 2 BO3s, and then later on all the way towards the BO5, the grand finals is going to be super exciting. Oh wait, it's BO5 in the semi-finals itself, so that's one exciting move for most of the teams. At least they will have some kind of a footing here in order to fix their mistakes and then later on show up in the game as well. So the metas, the kind of active skills that they choose, how well are they going to polish it, whether it's going to be in the midway or whether it's already at the start of the game, we are yet to see that.
Yep. We're going to have a BIGETRON versus AVIDA first. BIGETRON had a lovely journey over here by defeating Revenant, X-Spark and Falcons. Same with AVIDA. They had a bit of a struggle against Makna Esports Club, but that's because AVIDA were just getting their head into the game. They were just getting things right. And then they beat Reckoning Esports to get to this point. And now that these guys have reached the semi-finals, the trap has been set. I mean, all these players have so much anger brewing in their bodies because BIGETRON by Vitality is itching for revenge. A week ago, BIGETRON by Vitality was in the grand finals of the Fire MAX Asia Invitational, and they were the first team to activate the champion rush condition. They had 4 games and they squandered 4 opportunities to close out the tournament and win the BR section. AVIDA by XKDC, they stole that final booyah in the BR section and won the tournament right under BIGETRON's noses. And BIGETRON have had the champion rush condition activated since so long, it must be so infuriating for them to not be able to win, even though they clearly had way more points than anyone else. So today, BIGETRON by Vitality have the opportunity to get their revenge against AVIDA, to avenge what happened to them in the BR section of this tournament.
You know, previously we were saying this one thing, no booyah, no problem. This time they need the booyah. It doesn't matter. This is the redemption arc which BIGETRON by Vitality is already setting foot, and AVIDA XKDC, so far they are the victors. They love to go ahead and get those booyahs. No matter what the situation is, no matter what the circumstances look like, they are absolutely keen on getting it. Right here, I believe BIGETRON by Vitality, yes, they're still having tad bit problems here and there, but so far they're hitting those 2s and O's, man. Straight up 2s and O's. Even Falcons were not a problem for them.
Exactly. I would have expected a World Championship caliber team like Falcons to give BIGETRON by Vitality a good run for their money. But no, BIGETRON were clean with it. They executed Falcons as if they weren't even a threat. And given how good their form is, I am really worried for AVIDA XKDC. That being said though, AVIDA XKDC already got the tough matches out of the way. They struggled against Makna in their first opening game more than they did against Reckoning. So yeah, I think that AVIDA XKDC, they might have had a shaky start in the tournament, but they've been improving. And if they keep on improving in the same manner, if that trajectory keeps on going up, then BIGETRON by Vitality have their work cut out for them.
Exactly. And this time, I don't know how well BIGETRON by Vitality will be prepared for this fight. I don't think so. AVIDA XKDC would love to go ahead and get their wings clipped. There you go, the head-to-head. It's very similar. At least the elimination spot, they're a tad bit higher when it comes to BIGETRON by Vitality, but the average damage that AVIDA XKDC has done so far is massive. 11,422, and so far they have been keeping one game very consistent, that is average knocks.
Average knocks have been amazing, yes, but honestly, Azura, I don't see too many differences between these teams. Yes, sure, BIGETRON by Vitality have like 3 eliminations more on an average, but that's also probably because BIGETRON's games have been dragging on for longer. They've had 2-0s in almost all of their games, but they also distribute their eliminations quite well. So there's a chance that the numbers don't tell you the full story. AVIDA XKDC though, while their damage is higher, their eliminations are lower, and that's because AVIDA XKDC have actually had to go the distance against Makna Esports Club. They had to go for that third map. So they got the chance to farm up more damage, but they don't have as many eliminations because their victories weren't as clean as BIGETRON by Vitality. Yeah. Overall, BTR are the better team over here as the stats indicate, but these stats are not the end-all and be-all of the tournament. So these storylines aren't fully determined by the numbers. Not against 2 titans like these.
Yo, first up, it's going to be Nextera. The entire map order looks a bit wonky. Nextera, then Bermuda, and all the way we go towards Kalahari. Hate it when I see Kalahari towards the dead end as Santino switcheroos. They're going to be imminent in that specific map. But let's see how well Nextera is going to treat both of them, as BIGETRON so far, their backup plans. And Bermuda is just like a cherry on the cake for AVIDA XKDC. This might go the distance. Oh my god, this is exciting. This is more exciting than I even thought.
I hope it goes the distance because AVIDA XKDC are used to these long drawn out matches. BIGETRON are not. I want to see if they've got the stamina to go the distance in the semi-finals over here, and if they win, they will have to go through the best of 3 and then the best of 5 as well. It's a lengthy day for them. I hope that they can keep their wits about them as the tournament progresses onwards, because Nextera itself has the ability to drain you of all your brain resources. Because every level requires a different strategy, there's no one set piece plan plan that you can follow that is like a blanket strategy for the whole map. No, you have to come up with something unique for every single POI. You need to know how to use the gondolas if you're in Farmtopia. You need to know how those portals can be camped and used as traps in Decker Square. And if you've got the Santino, there's a whole new layer of trap setting that's involved. I hope that both these teams are ready for it.
Indeed, and even the Grav Labs, man, how could you forget that? It's even more problematic there. So anti-gravity, you're trying to jump in the air and midway you're getting sniped. That's a problem, and let's see how these teams are going to go ahead and deal with that. Preferred skills. Well, we can see it's a handful of them. Couple of rushers from the likes of BIGETRON by Vitality. And on the other end, we have a very nice, very well-rounded composition. We have a bomber, we have a rusher, we have a supporter, alongside we have a sniper as well. So this is lovely. How well can BIGETRON go ahead and dissect this is the question now.
Yeah, and while these guys have spoken about their preferred skills, I would obviously want the viewers to take all of this with a pinch of salt. There's gonna be a massive pick ban phase where all these preferences might either get banned out completely or picked by their opponent, and the brain games will begin in just a couple of seconds. For now, you can see that both Koja from BIGETRON and Tavan from AVIDA, they both love playing the Oscar. And we've seen quite a lot of Oscar bans over here. Even though the pick rate of this character is quite high, the ban rate is equally high. So that's something you need to keep in mind. And Oscar is going to be contested heavily. It's going to be hot property. Same with A124. Long Kong, he prefers the A124, but we haven't seen him use it all that much. Deeks, on the other hand, uses it quite well. That being said, though, Seabank is not lying about his Nero usage, and he is actually very good at it. While Seabank is an amazing Nero abuser and he's an amazing sniper, I can't tell if Kyong is being serious when he says that he loves the Chrono, because he's been struggling with those Chrono shotgun battles, even against teams like Falcons, who on paper they beat very easily. But if you take a look at every single round individually, a lot of those shotgun battles inside the Chrono bubbles were very, very 50-50. So I think this might just backfire for him.
True, and so far I've seen Kyong use it to perfection, and BIGETRON by Vitality, they have been doing this one thing very well, that is having the team's coordination. AVIDA XKDC, so far the coordination looked very good when it was against IQ Reckoning, and they absolutely stomped them. 2-0 in one of the maps, it was 6-0. Well, that's the kind of scoreline everyone would love to dream. Straight up, no loss of energy at all, keeping the stamina intact and moving forward. And that's the kind of stamina that these teams need to have even for a BO5 as well, because that battle will go on for a longer time. But who's gonna come next? PE Sports versus IQ Reckoning, that's another PE Sports versus NG Pros, that's another battle that we'll go ahead and look for. But before all of that, this semi-final is going to be the Epi-Dome, the epicenter through which we will understand who is gonna move forward. BIGETRON by Vitality has been selected by, again, 70% of the populace. And on the other end, AVIDA XKDC, so far, whenever it comes to the Booyah tactics, they're always ahead. So the 30% coming in from their end will be super proud about their pick.
Yeah, and even though the audience has, decided that BTR are the more favored team over here, there is no saying which one of these teams will come out on top, because anything could happen. And it all begins here in the ban and pick phase. The brain games have already started. You know that both these teams love the Oscar and the A124, so which one are they going to pick up first? Oh, they end up banning Clue. That's very interesting. That leaves only Coda as the potential information-based character. Do AVIDA pick it up, or do they leave it for BTR?
Well, let's see. Clue, a good ban coming in. Coda on the other end. All the information's gone. Okay.
Okay.
All right, this one thing that I'm worried about. I thought AVIDA XKDC, they're going to be super lenient towards banning Steffi and just remove the Graffiti's blessing, and then at least somehow go ahead and cluster BIGETRON by Vitality in one corner by throwing all of those nades, as they have a bomber in their team. So, okay.
The Orion pick makes a lot of sense. Orion
does.
has been actually very, very good in class squad mode. Up until yesterday, I was talking about how DRS Salu was using it brilliantly. But now, even AVIDA have amazing Orion users. If you take away the Orion from AVIDA right off the bat, I think it's going to stifle their momentum quite a lot. And to respond to that Orion pick, AVIDA take away Oscar. We already knew that Tawan loves using the Oscar, so he's most likely going to stick to it. But with Long Kong picking up Cassie, that is going to make AVIDA a lot more tankier. They can sustain themselves in the middle of those battles. Normally, BIGETRON, if they want to pick up a character that has a lot of sustainability, they would go for the Chrono, but I'm not sure if that's going to be picked up by BTR just yet. So far, they're just teasing us with the Tatsuya.
And I'm glad that having that Rebels rush is going to help them a lot overall. But I love the composition already. AVIDA x KDC, the combination looks sublime. Cassie, Oscar, both of them working together and charging forward through any kind of an ordeal. So that's really good. And now moving forward, yes, it's a Sentino pick, which will be given to C-Bank, of course. And C-Bank, let's see who he's going to be picking as a character to give Deeks right around the corner. And the support, right, that's important. Moreover, I like Pablo right now, just thinking, having the kind of intuitions that this might help a lot, and he's going to take his sweet time. Why?
Yeah, I mean, all the good characters are gone. You can't have any info-based characters, so you pick up Zane because that's like one of the only few viable options left now. I guess maybe an Ignis is still up for grabs. Maybe that's what BIGETRON could pick up as their last roundabout, or maybe even the Chrono. Oh, never mind. Now BIGETRON have to be worried, because if Anusit or anyone for that matter in AVIDA is going to use the Iris, they need the Chrono, because the glue walls are not going to be enough against the Iris.
C-Bank, he would absolutely stomp the ground right now. Think that, you know what, a really good character has already been picked. Iris is his favorite, to be honest. Any sniper's favorite. Long range, getting those shots, and Nero being picked is an absolute good choice. So, BIGETRON by Vitality, they look stoked with the kind of characters that they've already selected already. Of course, this can be a very nice switcheroo if Sentino could be swapped with C-Bank or not. Deeks, of course, will be heading towards being the Orion, as last time as well. We were seeing him run away from harm's way again and again, and there you go. That's the kind of selection that we can usually see coming in from BIGETRON by Vitality's end. AVIDA x KDC, they're just going to keep those characters as it is, except for the swap with Zane and Cassie.
Yeah, the Zane and Cassie swap makes sense. Tawan already loves the Oscar and he's very good at brushing. Iris in the hands of Anusit, the sniper, is gonna make perfect sense. I am actually excited to see what Koja can do on the Tatsuya. I think both Orion as well as Tatsuya are something that he can handle really well. So Koja is very good that way. But Nero's got the plushie instead. I'm sorry, C-Bank's got the Nero plushie instead. And instead of playing the Santino, which can help him reposition quickly and help his team out with the flanks, he's provided that character to Deeks. So Deeks will now have to somehow find those flanks and find opportunities. If this is the lineup that actually works out, and we know for a fact that C-Bank likes to stay away from his team, we might just get to see a lot of 2-1-1 splits from BIGETRON by Vitality.
You know, this is amazing, Crips. I just love that Sentino is in the hands of a rusher. I've never seen this before. Deeks, so far when he was Orion last time around, he did a phenomenal job running away from harm's way, not at all taking a single damage, and popping the character's ability at the right time. Crimson Crush has saved him in most of the battles. This time he's going to go with an aggressive approach of repositioning himself instantly. So those flank angles, they need to be checked, and AVIDA x KDC, 50% of their brain cells are constantly going to be thinking this one thing. Where did he reposition? Where did he go? What's happening? What's going on? And that itself, the element of surprise, is one of the places where he's playing with the minds of the opponents. So Deeks, this is a big hats off to you, and moving forward, we're going to enjoy a lot moving in towards the first map itself, which is Next Era.
I hope that they've got some way to keep Deeks in check, because this guy is already pretty elusive. Yeah. I've seen him fight, if let's say you're in Bermuda and if you're in a tight area, like let's say the mansion of the peak or maybe the Pochinok area, this guy can keep jumping in and around windows and just run circles around his opponent, and that is a very scary ability to have. You combine that with the Santino Shape Splitter, he will be basically impossible to pin down, and that is something that BIGETRON really need, because while Deeks is running around causing distraction, he creates opportunities for C-Bank to strike from afar. And you know what C-Bank does, you know, he always picks up the M500 in the pistol round, always picks up the VSK in the second and third round, sometimes maybe even a G36, and he's gonna be away from his team. So if C-Bank needs backup, you can also have Deeks teleport to him and provide backup. So there's a lot of playmaking opportunities, a lot of aggressive opportunities for BIGETRON by Vitality. However, they barely have any defense. They have no defensive abilities whatsoever. And on the other hand, you've got AVIDA XKDC, they've got the Cassie as well as the Zane. I mean, yeah, the Cassie electrotherapy is annoying enough to deal with because you can get healed up pretty quickly, but the Zane also makes you tankier. So AVIDA XKDC will really have to hammer their shots down if they want to win this game.
You know, there's only one thing that I would love to say, Crips. Offense is the best defense, and now we head all the way towards next era. And this is the kind of mentality that BIGETRON by Vitality is already established. But this is one of the places where I've seen AVIDA XKDC run ham with the VSS. Yes, VSK is also coming to the play, but the way the VSS hits, it's an SMG. So the fire rate itself is going to keep the enemies in tatters. But before all of that, now the semi-final commences, and AVIDA XKDC very quick to get the control towards the center.
Yep, they've got the One and Pablo in the center already, and they are keeping tabs on Koja and Kyong. It's time for Deeks and C-Bank to strike. Look at C-Bank just ducking up and down. He's trying to reveal himself and bait out some shots, but AVIDA are not biting that bait. They're going to stay inside that smoke vortex, get the cyber airdrop point, and force BTR to come their way. But BTR are also not going to aggress right there. They're just a regular airbot. My bad, yeah.
Kyong is slowly getting aggressive. He's trying to rotate around, just see what's happening. Smoke vortex, it's not going down, Crips. It's just giving AVIDA XKDC a life cell to stay there for a longer time, as they're inside the circle. Clearly, both of them, the therapies in work, even though they have taken slight bit of damage. And Deeks, look at the way he's charging forward. This is it. This is the way you can go ahead and get at least a knock or two. But instant switcheroo, and Kyong, he's still stuck there. What can he do? No damage is dealt. It's just on him. And the others are slowly falling down, dropping down. As BIGETRON, they just could not keep the cool, calm collectiveness so far. The pistols are looking impossible to win.
Oh my god, the One finally puts Deeks' shenanigans to an end, because Deeks was running around helter-skelter and he survived for way longer than he should have. Finally, AVIDA XKDC managed to get that first round in the bag, and they do it before it's too late, because C-Bank was putting on crazy amounts of damage. And while C-Banks is busy nailing them from afar, Deeks was just jumping in and out of that smoke vortex. Look at this damage. He's got 372 damage in the first round itself, but no eliminations to show for it. And that's how the cookie crumbles. BTR can do all the damage but can't finish their opponents off. And that's how AVIDA get the first round.
I mean, they were very smart. AVIDA XKDC, smoke vortex all across. Smart plays in the pistol round, hence giving them the edge of having those free fire coins in their pocket for this following round. G36 all across. And we have a sight as well. So the sight up close and personal will be very deadly. But on the other end, we have some retaliation as well. A surprise buy with no vests or helmets. Koja, good way to go ahead and find one frag, and he just instantly jumps right in, gets the frag, and instantly calls in for a revival. This is amazing. Where's the backup?
It's not here, not anywhere close. And BTR have just gotten away with murder in cold blood. Now, do AVIDA go for revenge? I don't think they've got the firepower to do so, because they are getting shot from everywhere. Poor Long Kong has to keep tabs on Deeks while he desperately wants to take shots onto his opponent on the other side. And Long Kong will be forced to come around. Nice plushie indeed. And while they've got all this going on, poor Anusit can't do anything but just sit there and look at his opponents take his teammates down one by one and feel powerless to do anything about it. Now he's supposed to come out in the open on the conveyor belt. Nice shot. Gets the knock onto Deeks, but I don't think he can survive this any longer. Sure, he can get the heal up, but he'll be sprayed down before he recovers anything.
Man, he survived for a tad bit longer time there. Good placements, but this is the way where Long Kong just gets jumped. First the plushie and then later on that instant headshot. Hence, giving Anusid at least a chance to fight back. He fought valiantly, man. Look at him jumping around. At least he got a couple of them, but the 1v1 confrontation was one of the places where his HP did not be the best friend of his own. Now, AVIDA x KDC, they're definitely going to be thinking what needs to be done next. As the previous round, BIGETRON by Vitality, they were not supposed to snatch it away, but they did. So, surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise. Oh my god, look at that. Both of them just dropping into the center. They try to go for that airdrop once again with Kyong right above them. Two smoke vortex as Kyong tries to go for the flank. He's hoping to get the drop onto Tavan, but Pablo has surprised him. 2v2 in the center, and they are not connecting any shots. They're just trying to dodge the bullets first. Seabang from afar finally takes Tavan down, and that should open up the things for BIGETRON. Now they can afford to go closer. Deke sprays down Pablo, and all his elusive maneuvers have absolutely done nothing. Seabank has finally been targeted by Long Kong, but I don't think Long Kong has the opportunity to fight him. He's got bigger problems. He's got Deeks closing in. Kyong has taken down Anusid, and that leaves Long Kong to his own devices. He can't do much. Waiting in the window, trying to bait Deeks into the pre-fire, but Deeks teleports out of there, and now he jumps in. He sees two people, and there was no way he was winning when he gets double peeked like that.
Long Kong just got fine-tuned in that battle. Well. For a second I thought Deeks is just messing around. He's just trying to take the battle, man. Instant switcheroo, man. The repositioning, calling in the boys as they were right around the corner, getting the round. BIGETRON by Vitality absolutely not making any mistakes, hence giving them enough free fire coins to get weapon upgrades again and again. Kyong, look at him, level 3 MP5. Oh my god, it's like glaring at the sun and being completely blind.
I mean, that's what flashbangs are for.
What can they do in this situation now?
Hopefully manage to keep their eyes open without taking a bullet between the eyes. Koja takes a ton of damage. Forced to fall back. You know he wanted to climb up there and help out Deeks, but he'll be forced to fall back for the time being. And now Deeks has to go in for that 1v1. Meanwhile, Tavan... does he check directly under him? Yeah, now yes, he saw Kyong toss that ice nade, so he's gonna drop down on him. Kyong stays alive by turning into the Crimson Crush ball, but Tavan's movement gets the better of him anyway. The Max 7 is amazing. Seabank comes in to help, but he's a little too far away, and he's not able to spray them both down. They finally jump up, and Deeks lands the headshot. Great stuff. Pablo also helps with the finish, and now it's just Deeks left. He really wanted to help out his teammate, but the moment he took damage, he was forced to fall back, leaving him all alone.
Oh yeah.
1v2.
The hammer on G36. And I feel that the damage definitely has amped up, but the way Tavan and Pablo, both of them are going to band together and function in this 1v2 situation, I don't think so. Deeks has that survivability, or let alone the clutch tactics in order to get this particular slot done. Seems impossible, and he already is seen. The sight is a big giveaway. A huge of a weapon will not at all keep you safe when it comes to such clutch situations.
Oh.
Lovely positioning.
He's actually doing really well with the maneuvers. He's trying to get the high ground while they don't, but they both are just peeking him at the same time. He really tried hard to isolate those gunfights, but AVIDA are just trading really well.
Exactly. They just know it's about time to go ahead and get that second of their own as well. And this is the place where the entire team just fumbled majorly. Kyong, I have no clue what just happened there. I mean, he did pop in the Crimson Crush. He thought that he was going to survive for a longer time, but the way Tavan just rushed forward, man, the Valiant dash is for sure a twist and tail, man.
Oh, 100%. Tavan breaking his ankles, forcing him to turn 180. This time Tavan is far away from his teammate. That's unusual, joins them. And now both him and Pablo are going for the cyber airdrop in the center. Kyong turns into the Crimson Crush, hoping to capture it. And he spots space for Deeks, but Tawan and Pablo both jump in 2v2. They both lose one player each. Now it's a 1v1 on top, but Long Kong is here to provide backup. Breaks the mannequin, disengages from any possible fallback options, and he sprays down Seabank. He did not get spotted at all. Wow, the time turner also popped brilliantly. They bait BIGETRON into a false sense of security, bait them into coming towards that center high ground, and then they destroy them.
You know, sometimes I just feel that baiting out towards the cyber airdrop is a really good tactic. And most of the time, AVIDA x KDC just knows how to perfect it. In the previous round, they already received that. In the third one as well, even though they lost the round, they have gone ahead and received those points, hence making them even more powerful in the upcoming ones. So good way to go ahead and launch the attack. And AVIDA x KDC, they seem super confident rolling in towards the 6th round as well. Koja trying to get the information, and that flash freeze might do that bit of the damage, but well, AVIDA x KDC, they have it covered. They have the insurance for it.
This is one of those rounds where you don't need all the information. You can stare your opponents in their faces while not being able to take shots at them. And it makes for some of the most hilarious and some of the most awkward stare downs. It's like a cinematic build-up, you know, where the hero and the villain are looking at each other. They're staring into each other's eyes. They're angry. And just before the punches are thrown, yeah, that cinematic silence breaks the moment Koja takes damage. He makes a risky crossing, loses half his HP in the process. But now what's going to happen? I mean, are they just going to keep staring at each other? They try to use the walkway to close in the distance, but they've been blocked by the glue wall. So it's just going to be up to the first person to get knocked, and Seabank loses his life first. This could be the undoing of BIGETRON because they can't drop to pick him up now.
Ooh, there you go. Lovely. Tawan and Pablo, both of them yet again, man. This dynamic duo can never be untouched. They're just rushing forward. I don't see those Crimson Crush coming into use at all, as both of them just go ahead and annihilate the opponents. Just like that, AVIDA x KDC getting their 4th. BIGETRON by Vitality, they have no clue. They have no sight onto what needs to be done here. That itself is a big problem.
It really is. I mean, AVIDA figured out that Seabank is the only player down there. Everybody else is on the top floor. 2 people just focus on Seabank, and the moment he peaks, they both land headshots on him, instantly drop him down, and that's the man advantage they were looking for. And even that nade was so good. 50-something damage on one player, 110 on the other, and that gives Tawan and Pablo the advantage. Even though these 2 people are rushing against 3 players, they can still win the fights.
Exactly. Now moving forward, yet again, Kyong, this time he wants to bait the opponents in order to go ahead and get at least a cyber airdrop. This will make them feel confident, at least get the power to attain salvation for the upcoming rounds. But the way he's been flushed out already, Kyong instantly pops in the Crimson Crush, dashes right inside, takes the battle, but it's not helping him out as Tawan and Pablo, both of them, they are seen in every skirmish and they're just making wonders with that electrotherapy in hand. Even though Pablo has been knocked, Tawan has a really good opportunity to at least get this battle fair and square. There you go. That's right. Oscar for you, ladies and gentlemen.
The dash completely breaks his ankles, and now they've got enough time to get their fallen member also on his feet. Revived Long Kong. Seabank, lovely shot onto a Nusit. Long Kong is already low on health. 1 bullet and he should be done. He tags him up with the Nero plushie so he knows exactly where Long Kong is. All he needs to do is take care of Tawan. He knows Tawan is going to make a move to get the res onto a Nusit, and Seabank can't do anything about it. He's already used up the plushie, so he's got no way to force his opponents out in the open. He has no choice but to go for those sniper duels and land every single shot. No room for error. No second opportunity. And he's used up his last med kit.
Oh, this is sad already. I can see the circle closing in. Tawan, right flank, and he's going to keep it clean. Max 7 in hand, close and personal, and that shotgun never misses a single shot. And of course, it's in the hands of Tawan, and that's the way you go ahead and just perfect. This character called Oscar, the Valiant Dash. It just comes in handy again and again. He was just waiting for the character's ability to come back in, but later on, Seabank, the way he just charged forward, he had no other option. Tawan just rushed in, got the frag and the 5th on board as well. This is match point in the map of Nextera, and BIGETRON by Vitality, so far they have no answer to it.
Absolutely not. Kyong has been getting bullied all game. He's only got 1 elimination with 5 finishes. He needs to make a play. And wait, they don't go for the portal. They don't even take the tire up there. This could be a little bit of overcooking. Tawan and Pablo still have all the idea in the world. Like, they know exactly where their opponents could be. That freeze bomb is proof of that.
Okay, AVIDA x KDC, Seabank, he's trying to take a battle. It's way too far away. And if AVIDA x KDC wins this one clean, then it's going to be a problem. And there you go, Kyong just comes right in. Longkong, what a lovely way to bait and switch. He instantly uses the portal, gets back right around the squad. And Deeks, he's in big trouble as he's taking big amount of damage. There you go, he's been taken down by the Trogon. Burst fires all across, and Anusit, he's just trying to check for the flank as Koja, he's going to depart next. BIGETRON by Vitality, so far they have no answer. Kyong, well, him using the Orion has been somewhat of a less spectacular scene compared to what Deeks did yesterday.
My god!
So I believe back to square one would be a really good opportunity, but Kyong, the last survivor of this entire battle against 4 people, I would say, as Longkong, soon he might come back into the picture. And there you go. This is
Man, Deeks and Koja laid down their lives to protect Kyong, but even Seabank couldn't provide cover from afar. AVIDA have been so good at isolating and exterminating all their opponents, and now poor Kyong feels alone. Lonely in this cold, cruel world. Lonely against this devastating, scary and intimidating opponent. 1v3, all the odds stacked against him, and Anusit puts the final nail in the coffin. AVIDA are 1 step closer to beating BIGETRON by Vitality yet again.
Oh my goodness. First in BR, now in CS mode as well. I hope BIGETRON by Vitality go ahead and fix their mistakes, as this one was actually a very, miscalculated round from them. I mean, after the second, there was nothing. There were no silver linings coming forth. The cyber airdrops were completely looted. And the information game was absolutely strong for AVIDA x KDC. And that's right, the first map is already long gone, as Longkong as well. He performed valiantly.
Longkong had some great performances over here, but I have to give it to the deadly duo, Tawan and Pablo. In their previous game, I said that AVIDA x KDC is winning because they've always got superior numbers. They managed to isolate their targets really well. And over here as well, we got to see glimpses of that. You got to see glimpses where poor Koja has to fight them both alone. Poor Kyong has no way to get the backup. But there were times when Pablo, as well as Anusit, they were just rushing so hard that even with the numbers disadvantage, even when Tawan and Pablo were all alone against all 4 players of BIGETRON, they were able to convert those battles very, very successfully. And a part of the reason why they were able to win those fights is because Anusit is excellent at providing cover. Normally, it's the job of Seabank to make sure that the sniper on the other team doesn't get enough done, but this time Anusit was keeping Seabank in check. And when you suppress Seabank down, you have the potential to do infinite amounts of damage. Anusit did 4,377. That is amazing, especially for a game which only had like 7 rounds.
Exactly. And Anusit, well, he did keep the sniper on the other end on his toes. And Seabank, he has dished out good amount of damage, man. He's at the 3rd spot currently when you talk in terms of damage. AVIDA x KDC, clearly Anusit, Tawan, both of them, they have performed very well. Tawan, of course, this man was all over the map. 11 eliminations with 4 assists. Amazing performance as always. And Longkong, even though he has very less eliminations. It doesn't matter. The final round, right? The way he was just constantly switching around the positions and then just making the entire team a Bigetron, baiting them in order to at least give the support to the sniper Seabank. That was a hats-off move coming in. And then later on, AVIDA XKD is just swarming those couple of players who are at the smack center, hence gaining the control and then leaving that one final man, Keong, all alone in this triangle world.
My god, Tavan and Pablo, I have to give it to them. I don't know how the damage disparity between them is this high. Tavan with 3,656, Pablo with 2,208. I thought they would have similar damage because these guys were pushing up even when they had numbers disadvantage. I remember this one round distinctly where we were talking about it being a long, awkward stare and they're just looking at their opponents through the glass walls over there, through the narrow walkways. These guys pushed a 2v3 fight and still managed to win. And sure, Anusit has been providing backup really well, but in that round, Anusit couldn't even do much. It was just Tavan and Pablo just pushing in against 3 members of BIGETRON and still winning the fight. That isn't just firepower, that is sheer audacity and cojones to challenge your opponent head on when you know that you've got the advantage.
You know, Bigetron by Vitality right now is hanging with that single thread in the air. This is the final map, I would say. If AVIDA XKDC wins it, it's going to be a 2-0. But I believe the Redemption Arc, that's one of the places that I believe will not be given justice towards. So Bigetron, pull up your socks, break an ankle, but get this map and take us all the way towards Kalahari, as Kalahari clearly is going to be super entertaining. So I'm banking on that. Crips, what do you think? Will it go towards the last final map?
No, I do not think so. I was expecting this to be a 3-mapper. I expected that this is going to be a game where Bigetron have absolutely no problems crushing AVIDA because they finally get their chance at revenge, right? But, my god, AVIDA, I can't even say that they are playing brilliantly because Bigetron are giving them all the opportunities. I mean, you take a look at that maneuver by Long Kong when he just hopped into the portal in Deca Square and Keong couldn't do anything about it. He's just running circles around his opponents, man. And yeah, sure, maybe you can attribute that to, you know, winning the team composition, winning the draft. So let's see if they can draft up their next composition well enough or not.
Let's see. The last time the bans and the picks for Bigetron by Vitality, it did look really concrete, but unfortunately they could not squeeze the maximum out of it. So having a very well-rounded team, which is having a sniper, support, bomber, and a rusher, just makes the cut, right? And alongside that, they have banned Oscar as well. So the only thing that made them stronger in the previous one, Oscar, it has been banned. And through the other end, I can see Bigetron by Vitality just planning some kind of a strategy here in order to deny the information game.
And a lot of teams fall for this little policy, you know. They all get into the Oscar ban philosophy. They think that the Oscar is the problem. Sure, this time the Oscar indeed was a little bit of a problem. Like, you see how Tavan is just breaking his opponent's ankle. It's ridiculous how good he was with it. But that being said, though, I don't think it's the only thing that's the problem. Sure, Bigetron might have just banned Koda, but the clue is still available. And what did I say? What did I just say? Tavan, he's picked up the clue, but I'm pretty sure that he's gonna probably go back to the Oscar or maybe like a Tatsuya or something. This clue will most likely be in the hands of Long Kong.
Ooh, Koja. Instantly, he wants to go ahead and pick that Tatsuya. I do respect the kind of decision that he's already making. Yeah, Tatsuya seems to be a fair deal. Koja, yes, I've already spoken about it now. And here's another thing, right? Seabank will be itching to get the Iris. So picking Iris first is not at all a bad call. And Bigetron by Vitality, if they manage to go ahead and pull this, it's going to be a rabbit out of the hat. But okay, I see Tatsuya.
Alright. So, no Oscar for AVIDA. Tatsuya picked up by Bigetron. They control the pace of the battle. But the Orion still lurks in the corner. Can they pick up the Orion as well? Yep, it's a double pick. AVIDA's win condition about getting the trades in their favor has just been taken away from them, courtesy of this draft. No, wait. If he goes for the Santino, AVIDA 100% pick up the Orion.
Wait
they're still
for
struggling.
it.
They're still deciding what to pick up.
They're going to make us fancy. Oh, what, Dimitri? Now they're
Okay,
just faking it.
that's
They're just
just-
faking
yeah.
it. They're playing with us now. Dimitri,
yeah.
come on.
Dimitri, like, no, I don't think Dimitri is
It's
valuable
equivalent of
enough
saying
here.
that now they're gonna pick Alok, and they're gonna drop that beat.
I mean, sure, if this tournament was happening in 2022, I would totally support an Alok pick in the class squad mode, but not over here, man, not like this. Cool, so they've dealt with the Tawan and Pablo problem. They've dealt with the dynamic duo who were rushing in their faces by taking away their strong characters. Now what do AVIDA do?
Ooh, smart choice.
Oh no, that's actually pretty smart, and I honestly don't care which one of these players picks up the chrono. If Pablo or Long Kong or Tawan plays it, I would be happy either way, because Pablo and Tawan are both amazing with the shotguns. And now they've got the Cassie as well. This is way too tanky of a lineup. This is like heals and support pro max.
And now I feel that BIGETRON by Vitality might be stomping and thinking that, you know what, Coda ban was actually not a good ban. We should have banned Cassie instead. Now that AVIDA
yeah.
X KDC, they've already showcased the way they perform when it comes to such good all-round defensive performance. Well, Cassie Chrono, the combination is amazing. And I'm a big fan of AVIDA X KDC's draft so far. BIGETRON by Vitality, they have managed to bring in an A124. The timing needs to sit right. That's the only condition. And yes, if Koja gets A124 and he just equips a beast on as well, then he can support the entire team when it comes to the close range skirmishes. But he needs to time it perfectly, man. That's the only condition with this character called A124.
I really hope that whoever is using the A124 has the right pets so that they can decrease the cooldown of the A124. Because it's easy enough to wait out that 20-second phase. It's easy enough for AVIDA to just stay hidden for those 20 seconds. And as long as you have a Rocky, you can probably use the A124 again. But if this is like a one-time in the round use, then it's basically useless. Because Cassie can be popped before the A124 is even used. So Cassie electricity will still work. Yeah, I guess you could time your A124 in a way that makes sure that Tawan can't use the chrono, Long Kong can't use the clue. But I don't think it's gonna save you from too much trouble.
I'm worried. I'm super worried for BIGETRON by Vitality.
Yeah,
so far,
same.
I was very confident with the way they're bringing in the drafts. And the moment Deeks did not pick Orion, I just thought that it might be some kind of switcheroo, some kind of a team's decision that, okay, Keong this time will be the aggressive one. But Keong did not go ahead and accomplish what Deeks was doing for so long. Being annoying at the smack center, trying to contest the cyber airdrops again and again. That's the kind of Orion you need. So this time, I feel that things are going to go right, but I believe the boat has already sailed long back.
Yeah. I am actually low-key mad nobody picked up the Santino. It's actually very powerful on this map. And given how long the sightlines are, this pick of Santino could have been a game changer, even more so than the A124. So I think it's gonna be up to Koja to bring out the best of this character. And Koja, Keong, they were struggling quite a lot. At least Koja was able to land his shots and win the duels, you know. At least he wasn't getting obliterated straight up. But Keong was getting bullied. I hope that he can recover from his form in the first game and bring his A game into this next map, because if he doesn't, this would be the end of BTR's journey in this Clash Squad tournament, and this would be the second time they miss out on the trophy against AVIDA.
That's right. I mean, the redemption arc, it's still pending. Come on, BIGETRON by Vitality. We would love to see the third map, and that's where I'm banking upon. Well, the combination, yes, it's making us a tad bit more nervous compared to what AVIDA X KDC already has. They have some lovely Cassie healings coming into the picture, clue to get the additional information onto what will happen in the entire map. For that, they need to just keep the eyes very keen onto the map. That's it. Chrono, close, time turner. We have seen how effective it just lands at the right time. So that's one of the places where Tawan is going to shine a lot. Iris on the other end, C-Bank will absolutely hate it that Iris was not picked right off the bat when Koja had the opportunity to. He kept switching around. Dimitri, yes. Why? I don't know. I have no clue why on earth why he was choosing Dimitri in the middle.
They just hovered it for a second.
Yeah, he just had me there. He got me, okay? He definitely got me, okay? So,
that was to bamboozle us, not their opponents.
It was a bamboozle for us as we are the ones trying to see what will happen next, trying to anticipate the future. But that's one of the things that even BIGETRON by Vitality just loves to deny from our corner. So let's see how well the teams are going to perform, as this is the final, possibly final map that we are going to witness. If BIGETRON by Vitality, they enter towards the arc that we were mentioning before, then it's amazing. Else, it's going to be a clean sweep.
Yep, BIGETRON Vitality looking for redemption, looking for revenge. Meanwhile, AVIDA x KDC are looking to speedrun this game and get into the grand finals, confirm that 2K prize for them, and get a shot at the big 4K, ladies and gentlemen. Do we see a map number 3? Do we go to Kalahari? Or will it all end here and now on Bermuda? Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for what could be the clash of the year.
Oh, lovely. Couple of bonfires right at the smack center. There you go. The Vortex, which has helped AVIDA x KDC get the early round itself. And wait a second. C-Bank, that was a way too soon of a plushie. I mean, I do understand it expands, but not so long.
I think he probably wanted to shoot it at the house behind it, where there's the tire, so he could deny his opponents the high ground. But I think that's fine, because Tawan and Pablo are no longer playing over there. In fact, this time, look at how concentrated BTR are. They're not going for any sort of big flanks. All of them are sticking together, more or less.
Oh, yes. And soon, I believe Long Kong is just going to be entering towards the enemy's territories. And Keong, he's on the right step. He would soon see who's right around the corner. Gets the information, instantly dips out, even though he has the Rebels rush. He just wants to keep it safe. M500, oh my god, one single headshot confrontation and it's going to be Long gone, but Long Kong has been taken care of. This might be the pistol round of BIGETRON by Vitality as they start up crazy.
Oh, Deeks gets peeked by Pablo. One more person is right there. At least his life is spared. So Pablo walked into a double peek, ends up losing. Anusit cornered by the blue zone, forced outside, and he steps into Koja's freeze bomb. That's how BIGETRON get the first round. They hit the ground running, but they must keep walking forward if they want to make it to the finish line. One step at a time. Ooh, yeah, I wish we would have seen that earlier. That nade indeed is amazing. Cooked to perfection.
Yeah, chef's kiss. BIGETRON by Vitality. Good amount of gears that can be purchased. Couple of them, Deeks and Keong, they're going to be going very personal against the opponent. So it's very good that they have equipped some level 2 vest alongside helmet for Deeks. That's a good combination. And Keong will be keeping his fingers crossed so that he doesn't get a headshot. Deeks, way too aggressive. Already inside the Vortex, trying to gain the control. And there you go, the plushie. It has been deployed, and the information revealed that a couple of players are still lingering around, right around the corner, and those shots are going to be sublime as Keong. He just keeps the entire tab on the opponent. One by one, the opponents are crumbling down. AVIDA x KDC, they might just see this coming through. Instant time turner being popped right in, and Tawan is still alive.
Somehow he is, but eventually Koja and Keong both bring him down together, will overwhelm him. Great stuff by BTR. I love how they decided to just target Long Kong. They figured out that he's alone and they instantly pushed him, turning it into a 3v4. And then as AVIDA tried to send in their members one by one to avenge Long Kong or maybe get that trade, they keep losing everyone. Like, take a look at this. Tawan, that's a good spray onto C-Bank, sure. But was his teammate ready inside that smoke vortex? No, they weren't. You get sliced and diced over there, buddy.
You know, the Uzis, up close and personal, it's so quick of a weapon, man. I don't see AVIDA x KDC even trying to understand what's happening there. They're like, I'm not going to blink. Not at all. And the moment they do, oh, shoot, we're down. We're knocked. We're eliminated.
Yeah, that tends to happen. Once again, they're being baited into the open. AVIDA used the smoke vortex, but
lovely
this
nade.
nade's being thrown right towards them. It only tickles AVIDA. Alright. They avoid the damage for now, but Kyong pops in there. And with that Max 7, he wins. He wins again. Oh my god, Tavan finally puts his killing spree to an end. But Tavan still has to deal with Deeks. That nade is perfect. Oh my lord. Tavan was instantly destroyed. He thought he had Deeks' number. He was ready to shoot down Deeks the moment he stepped out of the Crimson Crush. But he had no idea he would be blown apart to smithereens.
Ooh, Kingfisher in hand, I knows it. Trying to take some range shots, at least dish out some damage. But when you see a death ball right in front of you as Deeks, then of course you're gonna be caught. And Deeks, the only thing that's running in his head is, I have to catch them all right about now. And look at the fielding set right there. Anusit, the moment he comes right out, the instant HP drops down, and there you go. The third rolls in. Is it gonna be a clean sweep?
It's looking like that so far, because AVIDA's win condition has been taken away. They almost never have more than one person fighting one opponent. Like in the previous round, you saw how Tavan and Pablo were sticking together, forcing those 1v2s, 2v2s, sometimes even taking on opponents heavier than them, bigger than them, with numbers, and they were still winning. But now it seems like without the Orion, without the Tatsuya or the Oscar, these guys are powerless to do anything.
Oh my god, the kind of economy that BIGETRON by Vitality is currently holding is just giving them so much advantage. Yet again, Smoke Vortex right in the smack center, getting the control of the compound as well. Pablo, Tavan, we have seen this kind of a combination against Aiku Reckoning, and they absolutely swept them clean. But this time I believe it's going to be an Uno reversal, which BIGETRON by Vitality might just pull it off. Long range, C-Bank, still trying to get the information, get those numbers of the opponents onto where exactly they are. And the moment he dials him, he could have received some really nice answer to it. AVIDA XKDC, earlier on they had the control towards the height, or I would say rather the house, but right now they just want to drop down and then get the control towards the bottom. Pablo, he thought that he was playing this one to perfection, but unfortunately that nade. No. Oh my god, Koja just finding it out. It was a Kobe belt foot right there. And Deeks, he's going to support Keong as long as he's alive, right inside the smoke. And lovely protection provided. Longkong and Usid, both of them going against the world. And Deeks, he's been taken care of, so no more Crimson Crush. But here's the thing, C-Bank has been establishing himself on the top for a longer time. So that's how you can get the knocks and the eliminations.
Poor Pablo, isolated. He was caught in between those two glue walls with no way out. Tavan comes in to save him, but even he ends up falling because he's got two people fighting him inside that Chrono Shield, inside that Time Turner. And all the efforts of Anusit and Longkong, no matter how far they are, have been put down to waste. BIGETRON playing it flawlessly so far. And three of them this time, they go towards the parking lot area with only Kyong playing on the inside.
That was a rather very quick blushy. I mean, I do understand the cyber airdrop has already landed and it has already been contested. But the enemies, aka AVIDA XKDC, they're going to be receiving the point. This is lovely coming in from their end. Somewhat of a shift of power is what I can say. But Keong, as long as he's alive and hiding down there in those nooks and crannies, things are going to be very chaotic. Pablo, he thought that at least he could have given the revival. But Deeks, he was way too quick around the corner. Keong finds Longkong, and Longkong is already put down to rest. Last man standing. And Anusit, he's sitting it out from the battle.
He's going to have to lay it out all on the line if he wants to have even a single % chance of winning this one. If he peeks from the left, Kyong's marking him. From the right, you've got Deeks and Koja just ready to double peek him. And Kyong chasing him to the ends of the earth, doesn't even allow him a second to breathe. And BIGETRON by Vitality are speedrunning this game. I don't remember. Is this the same team that was playing previously on Nextera? Are these the same players? How is there such a massive difference in the scoreline?
They were like, wait a second. We will show speed. And BIGETRON, Well, 5th already on board. This is match point. And AVIDA XKDC, not a single reply. And I feel this is the kind of redemption arc that we would love to see, right? 6-0 straight up. Absolutely making AVIDA XKDC think about what just happened to them.
Yeah. Long Kong and Pablo don't have a single elimination. Tawan and Anusit with only 2 eliminations each, and even that doesn't create much impact. BIGETRON, by winning 5 rounds in a row, have all the money in the world. Level 3 MP5s, VSKs, even double VSKs on some people. Kyong has pulled out the M590, a weapon that I haven't seen much of in this game mode. But take a look at Kyong. He's using the ramp underneath to target Tawan. But Tawan can't be targeted because he's inside that time turner. Kyong dashes right past and Tawan gets downed. Koja's nade is brilliant and Pablo can't trade him out. Pablo is not close enough. He's trying to get inside but the glue wall is blocking his way. He's forced to go downstairs. Long Kong also trying to play alongside but they're just getting separated. Deeks is the only one left but he's gonna be out of here before they get a chance to retaliate. And BTR get away with murder. 3v3 once again. This could have been a 3v2. They could have taken down Deeks, but Deeks is just so elusive.
Yeah. Smokes and mirrors all across. Deeks, he's the game changer. He needs to go ahead and take the fight. And well, the moment he was about to set foot in that arena, he's been already dropped down to 50% of his HP. Koja rushing forward, trying to at least get in for the skirmish. But unfortunately, he's going to be knocked to the ground, eliminated as we speak. It's a 2v3 through which it's AVIDA XKDC trying to embark the journey of a comeback. And that's how they do it, in style.
In style, but this is just the beginning of a very long and very tall climb up.
Journey.
They will have to play flawlessly if they want to finish this game 2-0.
And I like the way the confidence was peaking there, but Deeks, just one shot from Anusit, and he's just silent, isolated, pops in that Crimson Crush and instantly rolls back down to his death. BIGETRON by Vitality, yet again, the opportunity has been presented to them early, plushie being deployed, hence trying to go ahead and deny any kind of maneuvers coming in from AVIDA XKDC. Right flank completely contested, and the others in the smack center trying to go ahead and gain that point. And Deeks, the moment he tries to go right in, he's been completely annihilated. The one Pablo, the combination is working, and so far they have given the mancount advantage. Long Kong, instant jump and an isolation. C-Bank has been shushed right now.
And with C-Bank down, Long Kong can go ahead and pinch BIGETRON from both the sides. You've got Anusit on one roof, Long Kong on the other roof. Kyong has no chance because he's getting pummeled by both Pablo and Tawan. What is this split? It's so beautiful. There's no escape for Koja. No place to hide. 2 for AVIDA. And if they keep on playing this flawlessly, if they keep on slicing their opponents, getting the positional advantage and getting the trades, if they get all 3 of them correctly, then there's no chance that AVIDA will survive this one.
One mistake.
Absolutely no chance.
BIGETRON is just waiting for that one mistake, which will put AVIDA XKDC 6 feet under in Bermuda. Crips,
Yes.
what do you think? This might be that round?
Man, I don't think they will be buried 6 feet under. It's gonna be a shallow grave here, Azora. They don't have time to dig 6 feet. They want to speed run this and get into the finals. AVIDA want to end this game right here and now. No time for a map 3. But BIGETRON are fighting tooth and nail to keep their hopes alive. That's a good plushie. That's gonna force 2 AVIDA members out.
And not only that, it's going to deny any and every glue wall that they want to go ahead and establish right inside the house. So that's a really
and sometimes this is the house where you sometimes stack up the glue walls to climb on top of the roof. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah, but just for the time being, right? As long as the plushie can go ahead and stay alive for a longer time, Kyong, Long Kong, this is the battle that we would love to see. And they're just isolating themselves and seeing who's the better duelist out here. And Kyong just gets outsmarted. But the mid control is one of the places where BIGETRON, they have just kept AVIDA XKDC under tabs. Getting the information, tagging with the Enigma's eye, and the one. He looks at Deeks and instantly tells, no more Crimson Crush for you, my friend.
And Deeks had no idea shot in the back of his head. That nade is perfect. He probably said Kobe before Koja tossed it. Yeah, this is a petition now. You no longer say Kobe before you toss nades. You say Koja. That's the flavor of the day.
Yep.
He's the Grenadier like this.
Ooh, Deeks.
Oh.
He thought that he was just smart. Away from any kind of a skirmish. Just trying to patch himself, rolling the band-aid around his wrist. But little did he know, he's just going to get cuffed right there.
AVIDA. Just relentless, man.
How?
Will this be a flawless reverse sweep? I mean,
I don't know, man. I don't know anything at this point. I mean, the way AVIDA X KDC is just keeping their hopes so high. They're like, we won't make any mistakes. Let's do that. And Deeks, oh my god, all right. He's been kept on the tab instantly. Getting the damage right across and the nade. Oof. I thought that it was perfect, but Pablo is still intact. Not a single splash damage on him. But Tawan, the unlucky one. But of course, the electrotherapy, it'll come in picture. They're going to get the cyber air drop as well. This is big. This is nice weaponry being looted right there alongside some drones as well in order to get the information on where the opponents are.
Oh my god, lovely time turner pop. That saves Tawan from certain death because he had missed that first shot. Koja looking to invade that time turner, but Pablo is swinging sights at him. He's daring him to come inside. Deeks trapped in that blue wall. Tawan trying to break him down, but now they realize Koja is alone. And they find him. They capitalize it. They knew that Deeks can't take that fight because he was healing. So they punish Koja instead.
Oh.
Lovely target isolation. Kyong lands a lovely shot with that M590, but the team booster is being used to pick his teammate up. Deeks gets sprayed down by both players. And it's Anusit to land that shot. It's just Seepenk left. He's got a 1v4 on his hands, and there's no way he's getting anything done. He needs to run, he needs to hide and bide his time.
Yeah.
And even that won't help.
From a 2v2 for a 1v4, well, things have definitely taken a weird turn. And this is like final destination for BIGETRON by Vitality, having 5 points secured and still not able to hit that mark. Oh my god, it hurts a lot. But this is the outsmartness, the maneuvers, the deadly pushes that AVIDA X KDC is showing time after time, round after round, even knowing that BIGETRON by Vitality is just 1 point away. This is insane!
This could be anyone's game here, Azura. BIGETRON need one to force map 3. AVIDA need one to tie up the scoreline. They need 2 to knock BIGETRON out of the tournament and deny them their redemption arc. Who's gonna write this script better? Will the redemption arc actually come through, or will AVIDA break BIGETRON's heart twice?
You know, so far my pick was BIGETRON by Vitality, that they're gonna be crowned the champions. But I love the way AVIDA X KDC is performing. Top notch, wonder class, and now baiting the entire team out. Oh god, things are just getting better. Imagine the first semi-finals being this good. The second one will be deadly.
It will be even better. And AVIDA taking no risk, no chances whatsoever. They're all sticking together. Anusit is like 2 steps away. Not even an Oscar dash away. So he can actually just stay in range and make sure that the trades go in their favor. Same with BIGETRON. They're slowly inching closer and closer towards the center of the mansion. They've got tabs on the jump up area. They've got tabs on the main hallway.
What the team doing?
And now it's just a staring battle. They just need to use their TPP to their advantage.
Oh my god, they have already accomplished the stare down competition. I believe AVIDA X KDC is the clear winners. Not being biased about this at all, as they were outside trying to jump right across, getting the booster spot, understanding what's happening. But Koja's HP is dropping down as the throwables is just sucking his life out of him. Koja, he needs to get back up, right up. Yeah, that's the help of the cyber airdrop. The graffiti's blessing, every single thing is falling right for AVIDA X KDC, and look at them. They're not at all budging, constantly running around, and from here on, BIGETRON by Vitality, you better plan your cards accordingly. They are gatekeeping the entire team.
Trying to lock
They're
AVIDA
trying to
out?
push him out inside the circle, and Coach he thought that he's going to do something smart by outmaneuvering, outsmarting the opponents, but he has been gate-kept instead. Deeks, Kyong, both of them in tremendous pressure in order to go ahead and create some kind of a crossfire, but it's not going to work out.
Oh my God!
AVIDA x KDC just better in all the situations.
Long Kong with that double elimination forces the reverse sweep to come to its pinnacle. From 5-0 to 5-all, AVIDA break through all the barriers, quite literally this time, because BIGETRON over here are no longer playing Free Fire Max. They were trying to lock AVIDA out as if they're trying to play some construction game. They block out their path with a bunch of glue walls, stop them from going towards the main doorway, stop them from going towards the side jump area. And AVIDA, what do when they run into wall? They bloody push through it. Right through it head first, and now they are on the verge of eliminating BIGETRON. One round is all it takes. BIGETRON get the center house. They try to climb up the staircase already, and AVIDA don't chase them up. They can't jump into the window. They've been locked out by the glue wall. So Anusat and Long Kong are now going to traverse around the other side, because if they do so, they can find the other entry into the house, but they don't know that Seebank is over there. Anusat takes a lot of damage. Tavan through the window gets one more. Kyong jumps out. He's now in a 1v1 against Pablo, but Pablo jumps back, dashes towards Kyong so that he can take back above Pablo as well. Now it's a 2v2. How is Kyong still alive in this situation? He locks himself in a cocoon of glue walls, but they jump around the edge to get him, and even Long Kong is here to welcome him. Koja is the only one left, and he gets only one before he goes down. The reverse sweep is complete, and AVIDA break BIGETRON's heart yet again.
Oh my God, the Cinderella run has already come to a stop. The waves AVIDA x KDC has made. Amazing. What a lovely performance from 5-0 to a 6-5. There was no redemption arc to begin with. Absolutely not. Since game 1, AVIDA x KDC were A1 at it. Oh goodness. How? BIGETRON. My heart is thumping right now, Crips. My heart is thumping seeing what just happened.
I swear to God, like, if I wasn't casting this game, if I was not talking constantly, I would have chewed my nails off. I would have, like, bitten down to the bone of my finger. That's how nerve-wracking this game was. Oh my lord, what did I just witness? The flank from Tavan, absolute perfection. At the same time, you got Long Kong ready to stop anyone who's trying to go on the other side. Poor Kyong, he almost bit the bait. Like, he jumped out of the window hoping to surprise Tavan, but then Tavan dashes straight into Pablo, and then Kyong is like, nope, I am not touching that thing with a 10-foot pole. I am not going anywhere close to that little time turner where there's two people waiting with their shotguns ready at me. So Kyong decides to go back. He gets trapped, and that's how the cookie crumbles, because the moment Kyong fell, you had Seebank trying to help out from afar. Seebank couldn't do anything. He got isolated, and instantly it turns into a 2v4. Like, how on earth did they manufacture this advantage out of thin air?
You know, well, they had a very bad time, I would say, in Free Fire World Series style in 2025 fall. But this time, the way they've already started the December, the next year seems to be absolutely amazing for them. They've already won the BR mode, and now stomping down on the BIGETRON by Vitality. Specifically, this one guy, Anusit, just making the opponents constantly budge down as he was just embarking that 5k damage journey as well.
Wow. Wow, those are some ridiculous stats. Why is Anusit the MVP again? I mean, clearly Tavan was the impact player. Sure, the stats might indicate that Anusit has like 17 assists. 17? He's broken the record. The last record was 16.
Yeah.
And now Anusit has 17.
The amount of eliminations that he already has. So,
yeah,
you need to
that too.
Add it in order to understand the kind of skirmishes that he has already set foot into. A reverse sweep. Man, just imagine BIGETRON was just waiting for AVIDA x KDC's one mistake. And AVIDA x KDC gave no room for that. How does a team have such good solitude? Oh.
What I can't understand is how does a team have such a massive advantage and squander it 2 times in 2 weeks? BR mode, BIGETRON were the first one to get match point. They didn't win. Over here, they have 5-0. The best scoreline that you could possibly ask for, and they still can't close it. BIGETRON by Vitality just cannot close out games. And AVIDA x KDC beat them down for the second time in 2 consecutive weeks.
You know, there's one thing. No booyah, yes problem. BIGETRON by Vitality could not gain that at all. And, you know, AVIDA x KDC's members, the players, their mind is like a pentagon. Cannot be hacked through, cannot be broken down. You need something way high-tech in order to reach there. And yeah, that's the kind of place that they've already manifested themselves to be. 2-time winners is what I can say. And Neptune, man, kudos to your, pick. You did mention yesterday AVIDA x KDC, they're going to be winning the CS mode. So congratulations on that pick. And AJ, well, I don't know, NG Pros, whether that's going to be a good pick or not. But let's see how well they're going to be surviving the battle or not.
Yeah, I mean, I picked BIGETRON as my winning
Guilty
pick
as charged.
because why not, right? They were doing so well. I mean, after that game against Falcons, I was like, there's no way they lose this tournament. They've got this in the bag. But boy, oh boy, AVIDA x KDC not only played that trade game to perfection. Tavan and Pablo not only made sure that they are there to back each other up, but they manifested opportunities. They manufactured these opportunities by forcing BIGETRON to overextend and lose all their advantage, even when BIGETRON recognizes that, yeah, we are not gonna make any moves. We've got everything we need. We've got the advantage. Let's not lose it. But AVIDA forced them to just yeet, throw it away.
You know, I just love the performance coming in from AVIDA x KDC. Man, they're unbreakable. Hence, moving forward to the grand finals. Well, chat, you can go ahead and give them the congratulations. We ourselves are going to give them the congratulations that they have already reached towards the grand finals. This is amazing. Lovely 2-0, clean sweep. All the Cinderella runs put to a halt, and they just made way for themselves like naughty. So that's amazing. Moving in this grand finals, let's see who their fearless competitors are going to be. And the upcoming game, the second semi-finals, is going to be even more of an absolute cinema.
It is absolutely going to be cinema, ladies and gentlemen. NG Pros, the last bastion of India, the only torchbearer from the South Asia region, now are going to be facing their biggest nemesis from Vietnam. Can they actually pull this one off? Because if they do, then NG Pros have a chance to go up against AVIDA x KDC. You already have the first finalist, ladies and gentlemen. The first finalists are a set of heartbreakers. Because how on earth do you stop BIGETRON in their tracks 2 times in 2 weeks? I am pretty sure that there's a lot of angry fans out there who are going to be very disappointed with BIGETRON right now. But you have to give credit where it's due. AVIDA x KDC are a damn formidable opponent. And whoever the next winner is, whoever takes this semi-final 2 in the bag, they better be prepared for AVIDA, because you know AVIDA are going to be watching that game. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you, I urge you to also keep on watching, as we're going to be stepping into the semi-finals too right after this short break.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is a Free Fire MAX Asia Invitational 2025 Clash Squad mode, and we have seen comebacks, but the first match was something else. On the desk, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, joined one and only Mustachio, and we are coming back right here onto the desk, similar from what we've seen from AVIDA.
Absolute banger of a matchup. I thought a game number 3 was a no-brainer, right? And AVIDA was like, bro, we've got a best of 5 to play in the grand finals. We've got no time to waste on BIGETRON. And they went in there for the stomp. A reverse sweep, unbelievable. I can't wait to see what else they can do in the grand finals. But who do they battle at the grand finals? We've got a battle down here between two teams, one from Vietnam and one from India. NG Pros hanging on, the last hope for South Asia here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully they will be able to hang on much longer and even extend it to the grand finals, because they are going against BE Sports, and we know for a fact that BE Sports has the history of doing it in Clash Squad mode. Winning the fight, like being the champions, not yet, but this might be it. This might be the chance for BE Sports, unless NG Pros denies it. And from yesterday, we've seen how NG Pros really played it well against Meta Ninjas, but again, it's different levels overall when you cross over and fight against Southeast Asia.
Absolutely, man. Let's take a quick look at the brackets once again to get a quick recap of how the teams got to this stage. Once again, you guys just saw the showdown between BIGETRON by Vitality as well as AVIDA XKDC. The Thai squad taking a 2-0 victory in the most phenomenal fashion. Absolute drama in that matchup, and they move on into the finals after that 2-0 victory. Down here, you've got PE Sports in the semifinals too, up against NG Pros. NG Pros in a grueling battle up against GOW. That was sure as hell one match we will not forget easily. They initially did not make it after going the distance in all 3 games, but due to an exploit, NG Pros got through because GOW got disqualified and then showed up strong up against Meta Ninja yesterday, Neptune, beating them 2-0 to book their spot now up against PE.
Yeah, and there's still more chances for them to prove that they deserve to be in this pot. If they can beat them, like from what we've seen earlier, there's a lot of stories that can be flipped, and NG Pros might be writing their own. But it's still yet to be seen. We don't have that much information on how they are fighting it against PE Sports, but PE Sports, on the other hand, has a lot of history of inconsistency. So if there is a time for that, hopefully this is not it, because it would give more opportunities for NG Pros to move up one more spot on the bracket.
I think it's asking for a lot out of India, out of NG Pros, to demand for them to win this series up against the top 10 in the world of Free Fire Esports. PE Sports is no chump squad. PE Sports represents Vietnam. Vietnam at one point used to be a region that was not really considered a threat on the world stage, but now they sure as hell are respected because of what they can do out there. We've already seen their survival capabilities. They blow hot and cold for sure. On their hot days, they most definitely will burn you up. But even on their cold days, the question is NG Pros going to be able to match up to them? They don't have such an illustrious career like PE Sports in the world of Free Fire Esports so far.
Hell, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, as we talk about NG Pros, there's a lot of hopes really for this team, and if they move forward going against AVIDA XKDC, it would be tough to be the champion, especially from what we've seen earlier. But as we call it right now, they are the last hope for South Asia. 1 out of 4 who was able to step in after the quarterfinals now is stepping into semifinals, and more hurdles to come. But as you did mention, this is the same position where Vietnam was. So hopefully after this, win or lose, they learn from it.
Yeah, I mean, all odds are stacked against them. If you look at the numbers, if you look at the data, NG Pros cannot win this series, okay? Their journey is over before it has even started. That is the benchmark for India to break through at the moment. So it's fairly low. all we need to see out there is a little bit of magic from them. They pull away a few rounds, it's already big. They pull away a game off of PE Sports, I am going to lose my mind. There is a good reason why I put my money on NG Pros. I think they're going to be able to go all the way because of this very, very fact. The last hope for South Asia, but more importantly, the last hope for India. I don't think NG Pros are going to let us down today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And again, I would love to see the underdogs right here. And definitely NG Pros, despite the number of fans that they have out there from India, from South Asia, they are the underdogs of Clash Squad mode right here. And we would want to see them fight it out. And looking at the numbers between the two teams, there's no even space to see a comparison on that graph because it's quite even. Like 24-24 elimination. Assist, yes, a little bit more for NG Pros, and that's what we love from this team because they don't let their teammates out in the open. They always go in a follow-up, and PE Sports, I guess they need to do the same thing.
And therefore, we will not exaggerate when we say at times when they are equally matched up, it's a 50-50 between the two, right? Even the average damage, 124,084 versus 124,058. How close is that, man? Just by the tens. That's absolutely ridiculous in terms of average damage consistency from both squads. So they are equally matched in this Clash Squad journey. But the world of Free Fire Esports is more than just this Clash Squad journey, which hasn't really been a very long format. Because of the single elimination bracket, teams only get one chance to lose. If you lose, you're already out. And, you know, even if you do win, the only team with 3 wins so far is AVIDA XKDC because they're already in the grand final. So this, whatever numbers you see in front of you now, is not really pulled off of, you know, so many games. It's just a handful, in fact, just 2 matches.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2 matches, and we'll have to see, though. We'll have to see. Best of 3 right now. And we talked about this previously. If there will be a better chance really to see how well these teams are going to play, it would be probably stretch a longer game. But it is what it is right now, and hopefully we'll be able to see more of that. But as we look into the maps, it seems that Kalahari would be our first battleground. I'll have to see, though, if this is something that can bring NG Pros closer to winning this game against PE Sports.
Big problem. Big problem. NG Pros are not happy to see Kalahari as map number 1. This is exactly where they got taken down by GOW. What's impressive, or what was impressive back in that game, was we went all the way into a round number 11, and then of course GOW won that out 6-5. PE Sports from Vietnam as well. Some may say the slightly more consistent squad out there. In fact, PE Sports was the one that started off the whole growth of Vietnam for real. I mean, Vietnam has been part of Free Fire Esports for a long time, but it wasn't until PE Sports went to the very first Esports World Cup and inspired a whole lot of people right after that did we really start seeing Vietnam up there on the international stage rocking it, right? Yeah. They have got the possibility to take this map and run away with it. NG Pros have shown a little bit of weakness here already, and PE Sports, on the other hand, are at a 100% win rate so far on Kalahari.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, 100% win rate, really tough to go against the numbers right now, but let's take a look at a little bit of content coming from this tournament. Preferred skills from the teams right here. We've seen that earlier from the battle of AVIDA XKDC going against BTR. Now in PE Sports and NG Pros, will it be close to reality, or it would just be a dream?
Well, first off, we have to see what are they going to be fighting over, right? And mainly it looks like it's that A124 off of LBT as well as Aztec, and we know exactly how valuable the A124 can be, not against the rushes, but against the support player as well as the sniper, because usually the rushes do equip the Joseph on them. It is the sniper and the support player who do have to, you know, depend on other passive skills such as the Tiva, Olivia, Luna, whatever not, right? And they don't really have that space for Joseph. So the A124 is something that you can afford to lose in the grand scheme of things.
Let's see, though. I mean, A124, there's a lot of players really using that A124, but not so much of viability on especially in the timing that's needed for that specific skill. So let's see if this is something that they can bring into the table a little bit differently compared to what we've seen before. But
Yeah.
I'm loving it, Ideation. We've seen a great potential for some of the teams right here, but I still don't see how well they're going to pull it off. A lot would be different because it is abandoned picks, so definitely they will need to change some stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to not see Iris on the side of PE Esports because they have a 75% pick rate on that Iris as well as a 100% win rate. So whatever you see in front of you is not necessarily exactly what the players are going to be picking out there later on. I mean, they fooled us in the exact same way with those preferred drop spots, man. You remember those? You know, day after day, they used to tell us, here's where we're going to drop. No, hell no. Nobody dropped that. Maybe some. You know, because they didn't bother. But the majority of them, they just went to Timbuktu or someone. They just didn't drop in the spots they told us they were going to drop. But I do believe a lot of those skills that they did say that they prefer are going to be played. Those are, you know, some of the main skills out there. But obviously, it's not going to be by that order, right? You go in. What's the priority you think this time it's going to be for PE Sports as well as NG Pros? Is it going to be the attack, the defense, or maybe some informational gameplay?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm loving that there's a few of those factors that need to be considered, like info, survivability, attack. There's those factors put in the mix would be like the perfect formula for a team. But from what we're seeing right here, you need to focus a little bit more on either one, whether you go for double info. And we've seen that earlier when the info has been denied. Some teams go a different route. And I am loving that they can adapt to that. And there's one thing as well that that I talked about from yesterday. It's not just active skills anymore that matters. The combination of active and then passive and then pets plus the weapons, the dynamics of Clash Squad mode is really evolving, which why we are loving this mode even more.
Yeah, dude, I used to just use Dreki in every single game. Okay, that was my constant pet. Okay, Dreki. I barely used Dreki in the first place. She was just always there by default. But after watching a bunch of CS competitions, I now have started exploring the other pets as well. Right, Sensei Tig, Rocky. They are all super useful. And you got to just figure out what's going to suit your playstyle, right? Because just because it's going to be suiting some of the pro players out here, it does not necessarily mean your pro style is going to be able to carry that exact same skill in the exact same way out there on the battlefield. Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be match number 1. But first, before that, the bans and picks that decide how that match will go. First pick and ban on the side of India. NG Pros goes first.
Let's see on what they are going to ban at this point, and well, hopefully they don't base it from the preferred active skills that we've seen earlier. Yes, again, it's scripted that mentioned that take it with a pinch, probably a bowl of salt, because you know for a fact that they will be playing with our minds. So there you have it. No clue of what they're going to use at no clue of what they are going to see at this point, but they will need to work with probably a Coda if this Oscar pushes through.
Okay, NG Pros, you got to take that quota, obviously.
I'm a monster.
Nope. Wow. Okay. All right. No, I mean, this shows the thought process, right? Because NG Pros clearly value the Orion more. I mean, they could pick the Coda, but they did not want to lose the Orion over to the side of PE Esports. And can you imagine LBT or Nolan on that Orion? It would be devastating to bump into them. It'll be so annoying because you can't even knock them down once you start spraying on them. And, you know, you potentially risk yourself, right? So NG Pros will decide to let go of that informational play. I'm confused. If you want to prioritize Orion, why would you ban out Clue then?
I mean, it's more of... I don't know, should be a counter in there. There should be a counter in there. You take out Clue, you take Coda. I'm pretty sure even for the side of PE Sports, given the fact that the Orion is available, if you have the Coda, you can time how well you can get away from that player. So I still don't see it, but let's see if they'll be able to make it work. That's who we already picked for the side of NG Pros. Steffi right now. Okay, I mean, we've seen PE Sports with great nade plays, but I guess this is a little bit too early for that Steffi pick.
I'm not gonna complain about the Steffi. I'm still curious if or not we're gonna be able to see the Iris on the side of PE Sports. We still don't have a skill for the sniper of the squad just yet. And obviously, Dakota, Zane, potentially going to be thrown onto the Russia. You've got the Cassie for the support play here as well. And the final pick on the side of PE Esports, as anticipated, is going to be that Iris.
Yeah.
And this is a very clean lineup of active skills on the side of PE Esports, allowing them to play very aggressive from far as well as close up. It's going to be a 1-3 split by the looks of it for PE.
Yeah, it's very tactical from what we're looking at it. And for side of NG Pros, aggression is there. But again, that Steffi's throwing me off because at least probably use a Chrono. Time Turner would be best if you want to go forward with that Tatsuya, or they could have taken it with that Cassie, denying it for the side of PE Sports. But this last pick would be probably the thing would explain how NG Pro is going to play. Okay. Now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. Skylar, rare. Very rare to be picked to be used right now and being brought into this game.
You either play on the meta or you create your own, okay? The most effective way to win a game does not necessarily mean how the developers tell you what they have done, which usually should be the case. But sometimes, you know, you've got certain capabilities, you've got certain cheese strats out there. You want to try it out, and you think that this lineup of active skills is going to be able to get you across this river that's probably, you know, littered with a ton of PE Sports crocodiles. This is a problem. So I understand the Steffi, I understand the Orion Tatsuya. Yeah, Skylar kind of nerfed at this point of time. Surprised they're not bringing the Narrow in here. A little bit more viability with that skill. But it's not like I totally dislike the Skylar, right? It's not like Skylar's not usable in the current meta. Definitely still very much usable. It's just the team boosters, Neptune. Once those glue walls get buffed up a little bit, it's just a little bit of a challenge to take them down.
Yeah, exactly. It would be viable, and this we talk about it most of the time if the Skylar is introduced. Like it's only halfway through, or just like starting a third round when the glue walls are available to be bought. So that's one reason as well why we seldom see it. Most of the time we see an Iris, that B Sports already taken, Santino, or if we want to go with what C-Bank has been using, that Nero, because you still have that information once you release that plushie, and then you just track the movements if you have that Moko on. So Skylar, though, very limited on the instance that it can be used, but I guess they want to play with a combination of Tatsuya and Skylar because Oscar has been banned.
Still, I say very interesting, right? Because I would say a Narrow suits a very aggressive team. And based on what we saw out of NG Pros in the battle against GOW, NG Pros is a very aggressive team. Up against Meta Ninja, NG Pros is a very aggressive team. So the Narrow should make sense. The Narrow was not banned. The Narrow was very much available. But still, it was a very conscious choice to pull in the Riptide Rhythm instead. Let's see what it gets them, right? Because, again, we are moving on into Kalahari. At Mammoth, I think that Riptide Rhythm is a game changer if used at the right moment, right? Especially when teams are going to be splitting up. You know you've already scored the knock onto someone. Those glue wall supports are going to come on through. You get the hit. You get 2 for the price of 1. I think it's a great play on that Skylar. But, of course, these are all what-ifs. If in any case they do manage to pull it off, it's going to be great. But if NG Pros do not do that, if they don't show us perfect plays all throughout, I think this one is going to be a fairly easy stomp for PE Sports. I'm nervous now for India.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, I'm looking forward to Anaval right now pulling off plenty of clutch, but that would be a little bit risky. Because if it's only reliant on him, then what would other players do? I mean, keep him alive. What you need to do right now, what you need to focus on is to take out the opponent. But how? If you have that Zane, you have that Cassie, that alone, like those alone, is tough already to go through. It's like you're going through 3 glue walls in the first instance. Let's see. I mean, no question that NG Pros are pros at this point, but there's still a lot of questions that they need to answer right now. But what better time to answer it as we jump into the first game of this series in Kalahari, a battle between NG Pros and PE Sports.
Who will win The battle of IQ when it comes to the bans and picks. They've already made their choices. Now to see if or not those choices were wise. You see those smoke vortexes laid out. I loved seeing it in the previous series. I've got a brand new name for this. What was I going to say? Damn it, I forgot the name. Never mind, Neptune. I'll tell you later.
No worries. Uncle problems, bro. Uncle problems. LBT.
Super Bonfire Vortex. That's what it is. Super Bonfire Vortex. Aztec pulls out the side, goes in for the slice. Nolan in trouble. Gets a chunk of his health down.
Nice.
And Nero moves back for the backup. Anubhav and Aztec managed to scare away PE Esports. Why? Because of exactly what I said. What did I say?
Super bonfire.
Super
smoke bonfire.
No. Super bonfire vortex. Okay, I need to write this down. Okay, it's genius. No, because obviously you're going to be sitting down in the smoke vortex. What are you going to do whilst waiting for your opponents, right? You might as well charge up with the super bonfire. I think that was a brilliant play. Saw in the previous series, and NG Pros carrying it into this round as well. I think PE Esports just learned something.
Yeah, I mean, they learned something that they don't want to mess with the site. Because the moment Anubav took that site, they were pushed away from that smoke. So, that's a 2v3 situation. And that gave opportunity for Cropsy as well as Manu to go in for takedown against Lao Ho. So, no information already from the sniper. Although they don't have the sniper just yet, but they have control as well at the middle. But there goes Smoke Vortex. Being taken down a little bit too early, popped off, and the time that they have spent waiting will have to expire. But Aztec and above, all they have to do is wait for the jump. And Steffi has been popped. Not even a grenade that has been taken by PE Sports, so a little bit questionable.
Yeah, definitely questionable. Aztec, backstab, just managed to find the connection onto LBT. Continues to push on. Orion, Crimson Crush. Why, Anubhav? Why? Nero. The timing is perfect on that electrotherapy. Anubhav pulled out the Crimson Crush way too early, and now he is on cooldown. Could not use it when time really needed it. Manu was there for the trade, so drops LBT. Narrow sliver of health, but Nolan gets the jump shot of the shorty. That was very messy out of NG Pros.
Yeah, definitely. And the savior there is Nero. If I'm not mistaken, he was the one who picked up, there you have it, picked up LBT, keep themselves afloat. It's not just once. The team booster even helped them up. So it was turned around as quickly as that. Now, Manu was left alone and one was just hanging right next to him. And, well, time is just the essence in there if you are in pistol round. But, well, you know how it is. It's just a warm-up. Once you go in the pistol, once those G36 has been introduced, then that's what we talk about. That's where we talk about business.
Well, let's see if or not NG Pros are going to put on their game face here. Yet another super bonfire vortex laid out, this time PE Esports using it. They're like, we forgot to put in the super bonfire earlier. We'll fix that right now.
Nero. Well, a drop dropped on him, pushed him. It's a good thing Aztec wasn't able to go in for that rush before them. Now, Nolan, Nero playing the same waiting game that we've seen earlier, but they know exactly, NG Pros know exactly where they are. And there you have it, Anubhav going in solo, a little bit too deep, and Aztec late in the party, but there's still time. If he can take down Nolan from a distance, then he might be able to go full. Unfortunately, shot from afar, Lao Ho for a double.
Let's take a look at the replay once again. Anubhav just in a sticky spot that Crimson Crush brought out. Barely any bit of advantage gained with that active skill. And it was all about positioning supremacy as LBT took that high ground, flanking around from the right. G36 had more than enough range as well as damage on that to make the run easy for PE Esports. It's a 2-0 now. PE Esports barely breaking the sweat. They're wondering if or not this is a warm-up round.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, everyone's warming up, but Cropsy jumps onto the other side. Now, he will be able to isolate LBT to distract him for the best. Now, 2-on-2 on the front line with Nero and Nolan. Ice grenades, perfect timing with the Steffi. I guess there's a reason for it. But what can they do after that pop-off? They are not even rushing. And this is smart because you did point out, you pull that Steffi, make sure you use it. So they're staying in there.
They're staying in there, but technically the whole idea of rushing on fourth was to get the cyber point. Cyber airdrop unlocked, cyber point stolen by NG Pros. What brilliant play. Timing pulled perfectly. But was it worth it? Anubhav sprayed down. Cropsy caught out as well by LBT. Manu up on top. Aztec on the flank. Looking at Nolan. Manages to get the spray down. But the counter by Nero. Steps on in to save his buddy. But before that, makes sure Aztec aspires first. 3-0. Cyberpoint on the side of NG Pro, so I was not expecting that steal.
Well, that is something that we didn't expect, but still they are pulling it off. But hopefully those steals as well work with eliminations. Because at that point, like, I understand they lost that pistol round, so they don't have the armor compared to PE Sports. But going toe-to-toe, especially if you understand it's only one player on one side, you at least pull out a backup like Manu in there, who's just waiting for the opportunity to take shots against PE Sports. So you need to understand those situations, and as well as that's where that enhanced hammer comes in, because if you are left with low on
beautiful
weapon,
spray down. Nolan on the ground. Aztec for the elimination. Will make sure he expires. The Steffi popped at the same time, so those nades not going to reach them at all. PE Sports wanting to rush across the pyramids. Unfortunately caught out by NG Pros. 2 more survivors left. Nero and LBT making sure they stick together in the situation. Nero looking to see if or not he can find a flanking position, but the numbers should overwhelm PE Sports. NG Pros, can they still finish this off? Because they're not going in for the attack, even though they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, let's see now. I mean, they did have that Aurora Vision pop off, so they know exactly where LBT is. I think Nero kept his distance to get away from that scan, as well as crouch a little bit so that he will not be spotted. But the Blues closing in, it would be trouble. They jump the ground floor. Into the tunnels they go, getting away from sight from NG Pros, and they can funnel everyone. Cropsy spotted onto the flank, but he's just waiting in there. So if everyone just goes for the timing, that would be it for PE Sports.
Cropsy wondering why his bullets are not working. He remembered reloading, but he's like, I hear the sounds. Ah, there you go, gets the tag. Aztec steals it from him. Dirty play, Aztec. Looks for yet another. And Aztec gets a double. Cropsy is pissed.
And I love what NG Pros did there, because PE Sports was playing for a rotation, and they beat they beat PE Sports on the rotation on the left. Everyone, if not 3 of the players from NG Pros, beat them, made it through in the middle with a smoke vortex, helped them out to take down the first opponent from PE Sports. And from then on, it's just a waiting game. And with the skills that they have, especially with that Steffi, they will be a little bit safer. But Orion was just at a backup, just in case they are in a pinch.
Cyberpoint time once again. NG Pros looking to pull off another heist. Aztec inside the smoke vortex, gets tagged up by 2 players at the same time, calls for backup. Cropsy drops by. Anubhav and Cropsy now looking for Nolan, does not find a single tag. Anubhav finally connecting to the head. Mag 7 gets the knock. They go in for the Cyberpoint as well. Aztec for the backup. Nero caught out. 3v1. Great blue walls. Cropsy still can't fight him. Great defense. Nero tag. Cropsy gets it. And the Cyberpoint claimed as well from NG Pros. The Indians waking up.
Yeah, definitely. They are waking up at this point. Manu on the flank sees LBT. Great timing. Blue wall. But here comes the rescue. Here comes the rest of the team. Hopefully, they will be coming a little bit quicker because Manu needs that help. But great rotation now to funnel LBT into one tunnel.
This is the curious thing. How many players does it take to take down one Vietnamese player? Answer is 4. Cropsy wanted to make sure he gets there first before he gets stolen again by Aztec. The only reason why we don't see a lot of MVPs out of Cropsy is because Aztec just... Yeah, man. I mean, I don't like teammates like that, man.
Yeah.
I look bad because you keep taking my kills.
Well, I'm used to it. I don't have the accuracy to steal away elimination, so I'm good. I'm good. As long as we win, as long as we rank up, I'm good. So let's see though. PE Sports, I would say PE Sports is in a not so good position or spawn point especially in Mammoth. But if they can pop some smokes onto that spine, then they might be able to cover their heads. But Anuva right here, popping off with that glue wall already, trying to get close to that super bonfire. But Nolan, well, this is what I'm talking about. But it's a little bit short, a little bit into the back. So if they can move it forward, at least they can get the side of Anuva. But the glue has been triggered. And let's see who will be taken down first with that information.
Super bonfire out there. Not as effective as the super bonfire vortex. Which
we're going to sell that, bro.
Brand new. Come again?
We're going to sell that title. Super
we're going to sell
vortex.
the I wonder if Garena will buy.
Let's start with a few words.
Pay us royalty, Garena. We came up with the name, all right? Aztec, PSK, almost catches Lao Ho, but down at the bottom, Cropsy finds the connection. Follow up on Tronero is perfect. Aztec, though, goes in. Max 7, opportunity. Great time turner from Aztec. Can go in for the re-engage, but Cropsy this time sneaks it off from the other end. Brilliant play, brilliant teamwork. NG Pros finding the equalizer.
All right, now we're talking. 3-on-3 in a score right here, and NG Pros is finding their groove. Not only have they found their groove, they're finding better weapons in this game. Long range is what they need. And it seems like NG Pros is playing this Kalahari a little too seriously on the sniper's nest. Because imagine, VSK, Winchester, AC-80, and then AWM. Everyone has a long range advantage, and they can even wait it out. But if in case they need to rush, they do have that Orion and Tatsuya. So all box checked for NG Pros.
Manu with the AWM. What can he do with this? Winchester level 3 in the hands of Anubhav. Cyberpoint unlocked by Nolan. Esports wants it, but if NG Pros gets it, it's going to be a big game for them. That level 4 West definitely going to make a big gameplay here for the side of NG Pros. Time Turner pulled out. Cyberpoint sneaked away by Esports, but it looks like this game is still going to be pretty much still young. Ooh, Riptide Rhythm falling short here, but Aztec making sure nobody goes in for the pickup. And the spray down would be perfect. Calls in for backup as well. As the time turner gets pulled, they still can't catch Nolan. Vietnamese players, my goodness me, they dance around so well.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you dance around, but as you are alone, you will be stepped on by NG Pros. And the same question, or same answer that you had earlier. How many players is needed to take one guy out from PE Sports? That's 4. And we're talking about 4 coordinated players because they set the condition already before ending it on a 1v4. So I'm loving this version of NG Pros. And, well, this is the inconsistency that we're seeing from PE Sports already. Hot from the start, but I don't think they'll be ending it that easily.
Yeah, I wouldn't sleep on NG Pros. Sorry, I wouldn't sleep on PE Sports if I was NG Pros. But no on the flank from the right. Narrow already on that high ground. Great advantage moving in from the left here. Aztec looking for that backstab. Laho is going to be by the corner. Making sure nobody goes to the top. Nade will get a 91 damage tag onto Laho, forcing him to back away. What a brilliant play yet again by Aztec.
Well, let's see. Aztec right now, just getting information, and they have 4 PE Sports already on that one side. So at least there's no backstab that will be happening from side of PE Sports onto NG Pros. But again, that Riptide Rhythm, great ideation, but the range was just short. So let's see if he'll be able to make another shot, probably a little bit closer, but it's just a waiting game. And the Blues closing in, PE Sports would not be in the better end.
Well, Manu has got one more Riptide Rhythm with him. If he wastes this one, I will not know what to say. 2 Riptide Rhythms already that we've seen turn into an airball.
Great minds, bro. Great minds.
Let's see if Nero can make some magic work here. Aztec, look at this. Looking to spring the trap. Bees, what's nobody wanting to move on to that lower deck to meet NG Pros. Cropsy tagged. Instantly backing away. Nade. going wide a tad bit. Aztec finally moving up top, looking for the connection. Catches Laho, pulls out the time turner as well to not get punished back on that reversal. Laho steps back in. Aztec was ready, gets the Max 7 knock.
Oh, now the shift of circle. It will be forcing PE Sports to jump into front of NG Pros, and everyone is ready. Now, Nero, Nolan, the connection is still there, but the Blues eating them alive. And there goes Anu Bob, as well as Manu. With that, AWM pickup can be done, and PE Sports will be done for. Match point will be taken by NG Pros. I got no more question for this team. Seems like they are answering everything.
Wowda. NG Pros have finally woken up in the competition. I cannot believe what I am seeing. Of course, they did allow PE Esports to sneak away one cyber point, which means no level 4 West just yet to finish this game between the two. But in this round, yet another cyber airdrop will appear. You can instantly get your hands on a level 3 weapon. You can get your hands on that cyber point as well. Look at this high ground flank. Nero's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's connected with that electrotherapy. But the game of numbers, it doesn't matter even if you get your health topped up. If you've got 3 players running at you, you will expire.
Let's see. Cropsy, great decision to go on Overwatch. Finding out where your position of PE Sports will be. Clue has been triggered as well. That's what I'm talking about. When you have cyber airdrop, you will be able to purchase that Clue skill card, and they are using it to best advantage. Like, you don't have to peek. You just have to trigger that, and you know exactly where to rush. And the moment that has been triggered, NG Pros is moving towards Nero and Nolan. But the pressure is on. A little bit too late, though, on that Steffi. And that ice grenade will slowly slow them down. But Nolan, on the other hand, will be stuck in one corner. Even Nero cannot do anything about it.
Brilliant play on that Steffi. Now 25 more seconds left. Circles closing in. You want to buy some time, you have the time, but not all the time in the world. You've got to make your call right now. Both teams waiting for chaos to ensue. PE Sports banking on their close range lethality to absolutely smash NG Pros and keep themselves alive, but they need to win out 3 rounds in a row. NG Pros, on the other hand, on match point to rip this game away from PE Sports. Can you believe it? Aztec, Nolan, whoop, meets the guy, doesn't get a single charge, but the Riptide Rhythm drops Nero's defenses. Nolan's still alive and kicking, surrounded. Anubhav this time pulls the trigger at the right time, and NG Pros should get this round.
Yeah, Lao Ho remains and no one remains. NG Pros grab the first game against PE Sports, and this is a statement by the team from India. Don't question us too early, because they know what exactly they are doing, especially for the final moment, bro. That Riptide Rhythm, that is the perfect timing to use that skill.
Well, it took him a while to figure it out. Once he figured it out, that was unstoppable. That Riptide Rhythm giving them that perfect knock in that final round. NG Pros did not need to struggle, did not even need to call in struggle to get this victory for themselves. And just the first game here in the best of 3, NG Pros looking to get a easy, quick one over PE Sports to book a date with AVIDA XKDC in the grand finals.
Oh, I'm loving the storyline right now, and we will continue this on. But again, the condition is for NG Pros to get another win. Now, we are going to see the MVP. We still don't know who it is, but it will be Aztec, and we know how aggressive he was in there. Always in the front line, always getting the information, even like more instant than Manu. So I just love that he is in their front lines, bomber of the team, or rusher bomber, whatever you have to call this. But with that Steffi, he is using it at the perfect time to survive, make sure that they survive against a combination of the duo from PE Sports. So I'm loving the guy with 7 elimination, 3,577 on damage, and 9 assists in that game.
Yeah, Aztec, interesting plays out there. Very effective with the shotgun. Mag 7, the weapon of choice, which was bringing on devastating impact on the players of PE Esports. Almost a number of those engagements, if he wasn't walking away with elimination, he had already gotten a massive tag onto those players, which either allowed the rest of his team members to pick up the elimination, or it pushed PE Esports back enough to buy their own team a little bit more time. And PE Esports obviously did not manage to find a way back into that matchup. It was a great start, but they just could not see to the end. NG Pros with a surprising victory. And I say surprising because they were taking it so slow, making a few mistakes on the way there as well. I had my doubts. I did predict them to win, but I still had my doubts. And I'm glad to see them take the W.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's more of they playing with the timing of PE Sports, because I guess, like, if you read it like this, first 3 games, it's where they just are reading PE Sports. And at that moment, when they manage to get that point, they have read the entire book. And they are just flipping to the covers of the pages already and waiting for the patience of PE Sports expire. And that's when they make the move. Aztec always in front line, always on an overwatch, and even Manu is given that information. You saw those nades, you saw those eyes, freeze grenades being thrown against PE Sports just to provide more of information for the rest of the team. But there you have it. NG Pros 1 point, and we didn't expect this to happen in game number 1, but I'm loving to see this.
I want to say I saw this coming. That's why I predicted NG Pros. But I swear I did not see it coming at all. PE Esports obviously starting the way I expected, very aggressive, but that aggression got tamed very quickly. But I don't even know what tamed that aggression, right? It seemed like PE Esports just switched their position into a little bit more defensive. When they lost out on the initial couple of cyber points, they got a little worried and they wanted to change the way they played. When they changed their pacing, they managed to win the cyber point, but they started losing the rounds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, probably the cyber point was not being used to the best advantage, but let's see on what they have to offer onto next game, because earlier, they didn't have that clue on them, but they still are using it, and that's because of the cyber point that they have. They will be able to get those skill cards, but once we go into game number 2, what is available into the mix when we talk about the cyber airdrop? The Steffi as well as the Raiden. Steffi, yes. Raiden, not so, because there's little no chance that it has been used to the best advantage, especially in these games. When you're talking about teams just like PE Sports or NG Pros, they can easily take it down, shoot him down, or probably get away from the range of those spiders.
Yeah, Raiden is the failed project, and Nero was the completed one that is currently doing things right. You know, instead of the spider, you throw the plushie actually gets there quickly and then finds the target as well. The spider gets stuck here, stuck there. Big problems with that spider, okay? Nero's plushie, walls, who cares about walls? We'll go through those walls. Let's take a look at the bans and picks and see if or not Nero will get picked once. If Nero will get picked at all here, because in the previous game we kind of missed out on him.
Yeah, I mean, Nero is still a viable pick, but let's see if Manu can bring that. I'm looking for Manu to get that, because he didn't get that much of elimination. He wasn't using that Skylar to the best of his, how to say, abilities. But let's see. There you go. PE Sports banning Tatsuya now. See on what would be the ban of NG Pros right here.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I think PE Esports wants to call bluff. I think they are very confident that NG Pros will not take the Oscar. So they take Tatsuya out early. NG Pros might go in for an Orion or something, and then they're going to steal that Oscar off the table. So now 2 great Russia active skills are off the plate. And that might just put NG Pros in a little bit of a pickle. You can see them taking a while here to think about what they're going to do. And they ban out the Cassie instead. PE Esports, opportunity. Do you run away with it, or do you do what NG Pros did earlier? Confuse me. Nah, they go with the plan. All right, very smart play out of PE Esports. NG Pros, they left it and they lost it.
Yeah, but I would say even NG Pros played with IQ in there because they're expecting an Oscar Cassie combination, especially from what we've seen earlier. But they denied that Cassie, and then they still bring the Orion to their side, and then they are using that 8124. So you have that opportunity on the later game when you go for the push with that Crimson Crush. But before that, before even you step to the fray, you will be able to use that Thrill of Battle to disable some of the skills that can be pulled off.
Yeah, and obviously it's going to be a situation where you could have that information play on your side. I was about to say clue, but Coda works just as good, in fact better in certain circumstances. And that Zane makes the front line of PE Esports look a little stronger. Very aggressive comp out of PE Esports. I'm liking the adjustments coming out of the squad so far.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, it seems like even Nolan Zane earlier didn't do that much. And he was connected with basic therapy coming from Cassie. So I'm not sure if this is, I don't know, if this is still viable. But we have yet to see. They lost at Tatsuya already. They don't even have anyone to rush. And they've seen how annoying the Tatsuya was earlier when it was used by Corrupts. So the manage goes for the backstab. That was just something that PE Sports was not expecting, but NG Pro still bringing that Steffi, but I'm not questioning them anymore. They have used it quite well.
Yeah, boy. And this time, the Nero gets dragged in on the side of NG Pros. You gotta love it. No Skylar plays out of them this time round. PE Sports, on the other hand, have an I think of that previous game as well. Manu was kind of thinking like, wait a minute, this Riptide Rhythm, these air balls, not good for the business. Not good for the brand. Got rid of that. And NG Pros, they don't pick up on that Iris, and PE Sports say, we do not mind taking her to our side. We'll make good work to break through all of those glue walls, to find the tags behind them, even if those glue walls have got that extra durability on them.
Yeah, let's see now. Let's see on how they're going to make this work right now. So they lost a Cassie, and I'm not quite sure what is the plan here. They might be able to move forward, get information first, and then move forward. And then if in case glue walls will be picked up, we have Lauho in there and Iris. But one thing that we've seen and NG Pros has been prepared for is to isolate Lauho. Just him first. And it's either they use Manu for that, or they just flank against Lauho. And we've seen that so many times in Kalahari. Let's see if they'll be able to pull it off. And this is it. Skills are locked, teams are ready, and I guess they are up for match number 2 right now.
Anubhav on that Orion is just absolute delight for a fan's eyes, because this guy knows how to play the Crimson Crush down to the T. We saw it show up against Meta Ninja. I hope to see it show up phenomenally up against PE Sports. Which side do I like better in terms of the draft? Neptune. I kind of like both of them, man. I don't even know which side to look at and smile.
I mean, there's no more question. I'm not questioning NG Pros anymore on their usage, especially in the Steffi that they pulled in there. Skylar still, yes. But Manu did manage to change it up with a Nero, and loving Nero even more. And with what Manu has offered in there on the snipes, he will be able to use that and even slow down Nolan. So without that connection, there's still a rush that's bound to happen, but I think NG Pros are prepared for it in the front line. So I'm loving this, like the combination for both sides. PE Sports, though, more viable, more stable, and most used from the past. So I'm not quite sure if they can pull off any surprise right here.
I think you hit the nail right on the head, right? NG Pros, a little bit more defensive on their lineup of active skills. PE Sports, on the other hand, looking a tad bit more aggressive. Obviously, that Oscar, the Coda with the information, Iris and Zane, meant to be used on the front lines in the most aggressive of manner. And then you look on the side of NG Pros, they can buy their time, they can wait for that perfect moment to pop the Thrill of Battle on the side of A124, and perhaps go in for a long flank as the rushes are heading down the mid part of the map to disable the sniper and the support player from the back and eliminate them from the run. Because once you've taken them out of the equation already, then picking on the rushes gets a little bit more easier. Without the support from their back lines, PE Esports doesn't look as strong, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. The only problem that I'm seeing right now with that Valiant Dash, yes, it would work quite well in mid-game, similar to what we talk about Skylar, because the glue wall is definitely a factor in there. And if they spot, definitely Nero might have a Dreki. They spot the players healing up, and then it marks that the player's position, then he just go for the Valiant Dash. But I think at this point in how NG Pros has used it, Tatsuya is a much better option. So not quite sure why they ban it. I'm pretty sure even PE Sports can get those knocks and then refresh that skill, and that would be a better advantage for them. But again, it's just me. It's for the teams to really prove what they have on the list right here.
Yeah, and I also think that NG Pros have been able to play with their glue walls fairly well out there on the battlefield. So perhaps that could be the reason why Nero thinks the Oscar could be the answer for this map. It's about to pop on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to play Bermuda between PE Sports and NG Pros. This is the semis, game 2 out of a possible 3, with NG Pros already winning the first one out. If they win another matchup, this is done and dusted. PE Sports is eliminated. NG Pros moves on into the finals. Aztec tagged up, but a great back away, using the pillar as a perfect form of defense. Looking for the side. Can he pull it out? Aztec with a quick sneak in. Anubhav sneaking on in. Orion not popped just yet. Crimson Crush finally pulled out. Nolan in trouble. Anubhav responds, drops him to the ground, and Aztec cleaning up house alongside Cropsy. A brilliant play from NG Pros. And only one final survivor left on the side of PE to sort out.
Yeah, I was expecting Lao Ho or rest of PE Sports right there to really gang up against NG Pros, but Lao Ho is quite that far. Pistol round, you don't want to get that distance. You want to be with the rest of the group, and then that's when you get the first point. But Cropsy, a little bit too aggressive. He might be timed, but the shots right there by Cropsy, not even working of it. The sniper from PE Sports.
Cropsy sees a corpse. Unfortunately, he's the one that made it into a corpse. Beautiful shot, headshot. One that you cannot recover from. And Lao Ho, like you said, flanking around with the M500, expecting to put himself in a better position with the pistol that he purchased. But instead, what happens is he just wasted a bunch of coins because there was nothing that came out of that play. And NG Pros just mowed down the rest of his team members without his presence there. Nolan just 75 damage off of that previous round before he got taken out. That's unfortunate. Let's see if or not he can recover this time.
Yeah, let's see though. 3-1 push being done by NG Pros. Right, that's smacked into the center, and they managed to take the stairs. Great placement on the smokes, and I would need to take note of that. I would want to use that so that I can beat the opponents to get in the third floor. Nero a little too aggressive with a Valiant Dash, but Cropsy goes down, and here comes the side, but they have lost sight of the opportunity of winning this game, and NG Pros just running them down.
Aztec looking for another side play, and he will get that. A double melee play for Aztec. NG Pros, they're just messing around with PE Sports at this point of time. Aztec, he wants the triple on the slice. Can he get the dice? Cropsy potentially might move on fourth first to get a couple of tags before Aztec completes his run with the triple sight takedown. Lao Ho circles around, sight comes out again. Aztec swinging around, opportunity. Cropsy ends it. Tells Aztec that, brother, you nearly put us in trouble there.
Almost. And Thompson just hits like a truck right there. And great movement coming from Lao Ho in there. Just ducking in the perfect moment once that sight would be used. And that's the quickness that some of the teams has been showing right here. But again, same problem emerges, persists in the position of PE Sports. Lao Ho always away from the rest of the teams, always late for the party. And you know how it is. NG Pros really love to bring the party to PE Sports.
Let's see if or not PE Sports can shut this party down like a cranky old man. They're not feeling it at this point of time. Great smoke vortex laid out. In fact, that's a bonfire vortex. As I can hear the sounds of that super bonfire set up by NG Pros. Looking for the unlock. Cyber drop. They want that level 3 gun, but more importantly, they want that cyber point. Anubhav, what a play on the Crimson Crush. Backing away. Looking for the slice with it. And the scythe will not make the connection. Instead, 2 of his team members get dropped on the ground. Aztec still swinging around wildly. And this is the kind of cheeky play that will get you punished.
Yeah, they understood the assignment. You just bait them in, they have the sight, and they are bound to use it, especially if they're up close and personal. But switching weapon would be the best. I don't know why Aztec still hold to it. I don't know, probably fat fingers that he couldn't switch. He can't find the button to switch for it, and he had no choice but to go for the slice. But that would risk them a lot, because as we see in weapons for the side of PE Sports, 1 level 3 and 1 level 3 MP5 and 1 level 1, if I'm not mistaken, plus a VSK and a couple of Kingfishers. So this makes PE Sports a little bit more deadly.
2-1 on the score. Cyber point for the side of PE Sports. Anubhav and Cropsy, Aztec and Manu, all picking up that energy off that super bonfire, waiting for that flank around from the side of PE Sports. They know exactly what to anticipate. Look at the setup here off of those super bonfires. NG Pros holding on to the right position here. Narrow, Nolan, timing. Aztec and Squad, they back away. Aztec, though, has to play his position right here with the timing. Waits for the pressure. Does not get tagged up by the deep freeze. Cropsy and Anubhav backing away. And 3 players on the side of PE Sports can make Aztec's life a little miserable.
Let's see the great position from Manu to get an angle, and everyone who peeks in the corner will be spotted. Now Nero will be in there. Manu will be able to anticipate for a backstab and also relay the position for the rest of the teams. But LBT Nero a little bit too aggressive, goes for Aztec, and MP5 right there used against them. Even Anubhav couldn't switch to that Crimson Crush in the perfect timing.
Oh, beautiful play by Cropsy here. Turns around, but could not get the 180. The ideation was there from the side of NG Pros. But I think they just took too much of time to make the decision. They were just hoping and praying that PE Sports would take a step towards them. And when PE Sports did, they just were in the wrong place at the wrong time, scrambled on the battlefield, could not back each other up. But of course, in this round number 5, they can recover. Cyber airdrop should appear yet again. Cyber point time, baby.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, first thing I would expect, especially if they have a couple of smoke vortex, is drop a smoke vortex instead of the cyber airdrop just on that door where LBT was running in, because that gives more of a cover and then an opportunity as well to let go of some of the skills for the side of NG Pro, especially that cryo mine. But, well, NG Pros still have the cyber airdrop being charged up, but might be stolen. Let's see if there's something that they can do. Nero steps in, and they are trying their best to get it away from NG Pros. Anubhav, perfect timing, plus a max 7, but no sight at all as to how to get those shots.
Yeah, that's a problem when you throw in the smoke vortex a tad bit too close to the place where you want to do battle. Cropsy, what a headshot with the max 7 off of Narrow. Goes in for the circle, catches LBT as well. Cropsy, what a play! Annihilating PE Sports through all of that chaos. Gets the backup of the VSK as well. Manu dropping by with a couple of shots. But Cropsy was the one with the wild footwork. Anubhav with the distraction off of that Crimson Crush. And initially it was all about taking down those glue walls. And then later on, Cropsy with a sliver of health just ran at them, betting on his capability with that max 7, and he lucked out on that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving what NG Pros is doing right now. Now I'm looking back into the skills that they have. Manu will not be stuck from a long range. Yes, he'll be able to use it as well as the snipers and the VSKs, but he can get in front of the rest of the teams, especially with that cryo mine. The only difference for PE Sports is Lauho would be the different, going for a different approach. So he will need to go far away, rely on the glue wall to be put up, and that's when that wall brawl can be used. But Cropsy in there a little too quick with MP5. takes down one of the players from PE Sports, which is Nero.
My goodness. Nolan bleeding out on the ground. Anubhav not letting go. Oh, what a play by Cropsy. Saving Anubhav there on that play. And Anubhav, look at the bravado on this guy. Rushing in with the AWM. Obviously, he's not going to get it. Aztec pulls that away. What are you thinking, brother? Aztec says. 4-2 now. NG Pros about to send PE Sports home packing.
Oh, yes, indeed. And with only 1 point, they will be activating the boss fight music. And I'm not quite sure if PE Sports will be enjoying that if they are hearing that from the screen, from the broadcast. But let's see, though. NG Pros seems like they are real pros right here. Now, position-wise, great placement on that cyber airdrop. A couple of those smoke vortex, and one of which is a smoke super bonfire vortex. But LBT already on the flank, and they might beat them too, especially in the shot. But Nolan gets damaged, but he doesn't back off. He still goes in for the push.
Nero just behind his glue wall. What a play with a valiant dash, breaking on through, but could not find the tags with the guns just yet. Cropsy with the M590. Nolan turns things around. Aztec shuts down LBT. Back and forth we go, but they all depend on Anubhav and his Orion. Crimson Crush comes on out through, but up against 3 players, what can you do? Nothing, says PE Sports, as they take another step towards NG, and they steal away the cyber point off that round.
Yeah, well, Nolan just completed the coat. No land is an island, and he was just in there, just taking over the range, taking over the position of everyone right here. Even if alone, he doesn't need any backup. So let's see on what else he will do to catch up the points right now against NG Pros, because getting close to match point, NG Pros might bring more trouble to PE Sports, but PE Sports is waking up.
I hope they don't go back to sleep, because we need to see a game number 3 off of these 2 squads.
Oh, yes.
No cyber drop this time. Cropsy. Ah! I was just thinking that was a great position to hold on to. Did not see the sniper on the side of PE Sports. Beautiful knock. The Steffi pop. But LBT jumps right back up off of the boost on those glue walls and his partner's shoulder. Brilliant play by LBT. But still, the pressure played by NG Pros after losing Cropsy through those deep freezes. But nothing will scratch the confidence of PE Sports here. LBT now looking for Aztec as he stays in the back lines. Brilliant angle played. Mag 7, Anubhav. Crimson Crush a little bit too early, but will be able to take away the remaining HP off of his opponent. LBT meeting Aztec. Once again, Crimson Crush pop. Anubhav with a sliver of health needs to connect with this shot. LBT already disabled by that A124, and Anubhav with the follow-up. Match point. No. Series point to get into the grand finals for NG Pros.
NG Pros, the dream is alive. And the teams right here are showing up. Anubhav unfazed and still unstoppable. I would love to see them go toe-to-toe against AVIDA SKDC on the grand finals. But that would depend if PE Sports going to let them. Only 1 point remains, and it's getting close. And NG Pros can step one step closer to the coveted grand finals.
How are they gonna pull this off, India? Cyber point down the middle. Super bonfire set up already. Cyber drop about to be unlocked. Couple of more seconds in there. Steffi popped by the side of PE Sports. Aztec walking straight behind enemy lines. Spotting on Nolan, big mistake. LBT responds. M590 straight to the head. Anubhav going in for the save. Nolan will be caught out. Time turner pulled out as well. Will pull out the Crimson Crush, but it's a 1v2. Anubhav in trouble. Will be punished by PE Sports. Cropsy can't do much, and PE Sports will stay alive for another round, holding NG Pros to their series point.
Now the dream is alive for PE Sports, and all loot, all weapons invested by NG Pros will go to waste. Not quite sure how are they going to adapt right here with the loss of momentum, but this is still close to an end. if NG Pros can end it right here, they don't have to worry. But from what I'm seeing right now, PE Sports is well prepared. A couple make that, all of them on the snipes, especially and where we are landing, where we are starting this fight. The distance would be helpful for PE Sports right here.
Absolutely, you could say that again.
Distance would
How
be
will they
helpful.
pull this one off, man? Neptune. The bonfires are set up already. Grenade cooked up perfect. Cropsy. Oh, Steffi pulled out at a timely manner. Cropsy not scratched by that at all. But Anubhav, he's taking for advantage. The Crimson Crush on his side. But the connection is brilliant. Time Turner will not stop Anubhav from mowing down the players on the side of PE Sports. M590 Rampage. NG Pros looking for Lao Ho. Tagged up already. Crimson Crush popped once again, going behind the enemy lines. Narrow. The last player standing here on the side of PE Sports. Aztec and Anubhav. A sliver of health left on him. Anubhav sorted out. Aztec looking for the final fight. And they get it. NG Pros move on to the grand finals.
And NG Pros right now continue to dream. Fortunately, PE Sports will have to sleep once again. The denial is not just a river in Egypt at this point. It is what has been done to PE Sports. And I'm loving this version of NG Pros. Now, AJ, this is two of our predictions. I took AVIDA, you took NG Pros. Now, the brothers are in the battle for the finals.
Cannot be any better than this, baby. When I bet on NG Pros, many people said I was crazy. There ain't no way NG Pros were going to get to the grand finals, they said. Well, I don't know what I can tell you. I don't know whether I got lucky or I just knew how to see some real promise in a couple of players who are hungry. And NG Pros sure as hell are hungry here in Clash Squad. And the MVP, the one with the Orion, the one crushing it with the Crimson Red out there on the battlefield. Every time his orb pops out, he's probably going to get a knock right after. Plays the team booster. Crazy backup. And of course, when you run the Orion, you have to bring that Miguel in, running the Joseph as well, so that he does not get disabled, does not get slowed down. Extra layer of defense. This is a full-on tank Orion build, and it got him a massive game.
Yeah, I mean, that Miguel is the best title for Anubhav at that point. He was this crazy slayer. And you saw that fire on the final moment. Like, I was expecting the NG Pros was just going to slow it down. They will not risk it. But nope, they still have a leeway of one more point. If they lose it, both of them will go for match point. But NG Pros just played it like a fiddle. And PE Sports just heard the music on their ears. And the music is the shots from the M590.
My goodness. What a play, what a showdown, and what a representative India has on their side. Cropsy, the one that was faltering in a couple of those engagements initially, is still the one that walks away with the most number of eliminations. Yes, we saw him fail so many times, but we failed to acknowledge the fact that he tried so many more times more. And with all of those opportunities, he actually walked away with quite a decent number of stats here. 10 assists, 9 eliminations. Big game for Cropsy as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we've seen from Cropsy is in case Anubhav will be rushing in, he's always behind, not together, because they want that insurance policy. And even Cropsy doesn't have that skill to go against anyone if in case he is in pinch. And it's more of left to Anubhav. And from what we've seen in one of the areas in that Bermuda game, wherein Anubhav fell down early, but Cropsy continued that roll. They don't want to slow down if the gas has been pushed already. So I'm loving how, like, the coordination from NG Pros was just like that. They don't falter at all. If any of their teammates are down, as long as they have more numbers or great communication, they can just switch up their roles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And NG Pros, flexible out there on the battlefield, but it is all about the teamwork at the end of the day, and everybody chipped into this battle. 6-3, and PE Sports did slightly better at Bermuda, where they got one extra round, but it is still NG Pros with the 6, beating down PE Sports, one of the top 10 teams in the world of Free Fire Esports. Check that out, India. That is no small feat. PE Sports literally at the Esports World Cup or our Free Fire World Series Global Finals, top 10 there as well. And NG Pros just made a easy work out of them here in this Clash Squad matchup to book their spot in the Grand Finals. But of course, I have to say, the next team is a little bit harder.
Let's see. I mean, you did mention about not a small feat, but you know how it is. Free Fire is a little bit flexing on Yeti right now, so they need to deal with a bigger feat. Bigfoot, I would say. But
I knew you were going to make some feet joke. I swear, I was wondering where you're going with it.
Yeah, but this is one thing. I mean, we're talking about a feature that is not easy to get with, but PE Sports would need to deal with the feet that well. But if they can do it, they need to deal with hands.
Sometimes I don't want to talk to you, Neptune. Okay. Sometimes what a game that was. Look, I predicted NG Pros, but my little heart thought, oh, this is such a risky prediction because PE Sports, man, you know, they've been doing so well all throughout the competition so far. And I thought, you know, Vietnam will be able to carry it through. But I also talked about how PE Sports, they blow hot and cold. Perhaps today was just not a day with the super hot. And India, on the other hand, with their very last team here representing the country, with the very last team representing the region of South Asia up against Southeast Asia, they had to get the job done. And there's just no other way to book this grand finals. We've got South Asia taking on Southeast Asia in this grand finals here at the Free Fire MAX Asia Invitational. And I cannot wait to kick the final series off, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, it doesn't go in any better than this. Like, two regions in a match we're in a tournament we're in, it is a showdown of two regions. So we'll have to see right here on how it's going to continue. But we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, that is where we head to the grand final. So don't go away.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome back. This is the Fire MAX Asia Invitational 2025 Clash Squad Grand Finals. Does India have enough to fuel their fire in the Grand Finals, or will AVIDA x KDC be your dual mode champions here at the Fire MAX Asia Invitational 2025? This is history about to be a history about to unfold here in front of us, Neptune.
Yeah.
It's either Thailand makes news or India makes everybody, including the whole of South Asia, proud.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems like from what we've seen right here on NG Pros, there's a lot of potential of them to go against AVIDA toe-to-toe. But that would depend on how AVIDA can treat this. Because earlier, when we thought that they're down in the dumps, out, but they managed to get 6 games back-to-back. So it's not just the speed of movement into battlefield, the speed that they grab those points against their opponents. And I'm loving both stories overall.
I absolutely am invested in the story of India, right? Because India is stepping onto the international stage after a long time being absent from the world of Free Fire esports. And now they're facing some of the strongest teams, or at least we started off the competition with them facing off against the strongest teams across Asia. We had Southeast Asia, we had South Asia. We didn't bring out all the monsters from Southeast Asia, but we brought enough monsters to torture South Asia, all right? What's impressive is it has been 50-50 all the way through. Be it in Battle Royale, the number of teams that qualified for the finals, the number of teams that went in there for the main week, as well as what has happened here at Clash Squad. Maybe it seemed imbalanced at the very start, but what matters here is the grand finals. We've got one from South Asia, one from Southeast Asia, one from India representing the nation. Bro, you cannot write a script better than this, all right?
Exactly. And they're going against Thailand as well. When it comes to region, Thailand has brought up a lot of titans, a lot of top names, top dogs, and just recently they have grabbed a gold as well. So though it's not the same team, but you know how it is. They have that Thai mechanics on them. So this is just to prove something different for India, that they can go like a little bit more against a Thai squad like AVIDA x KDC. Otherwise, dual champions might be achieved by AVIDA x KDC, and not even the top dogs can deny from them from doing it.
Both nations, friends of spice. Which one is spicier? You'll have to wait and see. Which one has got spicier gameplay? We'll have to wait and see as well. I'm Asian. I love the spice from both nations.
Yep.
You know, you gotta have some tom yum sometimes, and you gotta have some good curry sometimes, some spicy biryani sometimes, some bamboo biryani, bro, to kick off your weekend.
Bro, you're getting
Be
me
good.
hungry.
I'm sorry. I think I'm getting everyone hungry. But who's going to be hungry in this grand finals? Will it be India? Will it be Thailand? AVIDA x KDC, you know, we talked about this factor as well, where sometimes some winners, they go out there and they're satisfied winning. They don't go all the way. You see an instant dip after they achieve something big. For example, EVOS Divine, they went on to win the Esports World Cup for Free Fire in 2025, and right after becoming the world champions at EWC Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, they kind of fell off the face of earth, right? They couldn't, you know, match up to whatever they were delivering before that competition or even at that competition. But AVIDA x KDC, after the victory at Battle Royale, they have not skipped a beat at all. They're looking to dominate this competition.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, I'm really looking forward to how this matchup is going to turn up. And the difference is, even if you fail twice, you still have some more chance. It's a best of 5 that we have on the grand finals. And this, I think this is something that NG Pros, or would help NG Pros, because from the earlier match against Esports, we've seen that they need to get at least 3 losses before they manage to take it back against Esports. So that's where they go for study. They study their opponents, their movement, who can they isolate, who can they take down, and this is one thing that we are looking forward to do, them to do against AVIDA x KDC. Given the fact that if AVIDA x KDC give them that opportunity, because it seems like even AVIDA x KDC has done the same thing, but it was a much even devastating result for the opponents.
AVIDA x KDC have been dominating Clash Squad so far. A close one up against Magna Esports Club. 2-1 victory they take. And then later on dropped IQ Reckoning 2-0. BIGETRON by Vitality. You saw that showdown 2-0. But can AVIDA conquer Clash Squad as well? The same way they went all the way in Battle Royale. It was a poetic engagement in the upper bracket semi-final as they bumped into BIGETRON by Vitality, the team that got to the champion rush condition first, but AVIDA stole it away. AVIDA once again stole the opportunity away from the BIGETRON by Vitality squad, beating them in the upper bracket semis to book their spot in the grand finals, and now they go up against the hope of India, the hope of South Asia, NG Pros, a team that is not really decked out in terms of an illustrious career here in Free Fire Esports. But then again, they've kind of matched up against an opponent that doesn't really have a lot of strong history behind them as well. Both of these teams up and coming. Both of these teams hungry. Either one wins, Free Fire Esports will win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Free Fire Esports has shown so much potential for some teams right here, but it's just a matter of time. It's like they need to spend a few more times on tournaments, on esports, a tournament just like this, and also against other regions, just like what we've seen in this competition. So let's see if the time spent with NG Pros against the other teams, that they beat, and given the fact that they moved forward for that first round with only one difference of a point against GOW, already shows something. And this fight against PE Sports is another. So they beat Vietnam twice already, and we cannot count them out just yet. Thailand, yes, I know they are titans, they are giants, but even us, we are questioning some of the moves that they're making at some point. But now they're showing up that they don't need to be questioned; they just need to be let out.
Yeah, the one big concern I have is when you look at the capability when it comes to the engagements on the battlefield. NG Pros are not very convincing, not as convincing as AVIDA x KDC has been in the Battle Royale Phase 1 and Phase 2. But of course, as we head on in to that matchup, we also have to look at some stats here. The head-to-head between the two squads. And these are all averages. Average elimination, we fall on flat, 24 apiece. Average assist, 36 to 35. I won't really, fuss too much about that. Average knocks, 28. Average damage, 12,000 apiece, with NG Pros just having slightly more average damage there. My goodness me, how do you make a prediction off of this?
No, you can't. You can't. I mean, even from what we've seen from both teams, the way they manage to come back from some of the fights that they have, you cannot really predict. When it comes to paper, yes, they are equal. But the style itself, the play style, the way they move, the way they think, even in the drafts, is different. So you cannot compare them apples to apples. Not even oranges to oranges. Not even any fruit against any fruit. This is just something else. They're coming from different
What
trees.
if it's a devil fruit?
Yeah. I mean, whoever gets a better, as long as they're not put in the water, yes, they will win.
Good one.
I know my One Piece.
AVIDA x KDC up against NG Pros. You can stop the pros. Over AVIDA say, yes, we can. Just did it by the end of this series. What's the scoreline going to be like? 3-0, 3-2? We don't know. But we sure as hell are ready to go all the way with the two of these teams. AVIDA x KDC up against Non-Stop Pros. You know, the one thing I've been waiting to see, but I don't think the meta is there just yet, but they're getting very close to it. Okay? Global bans and picks. Once you ban out the character, you don't get to use that character at all throughout the series.
Yeah.
In any of the future rounds. GGWP.
Bro, but that's tough though, because with the current number of active skills that we have, it will be difficult. They will be left out cold. So unless it's just a best of 3. But I do agree. Probably global bans, that would work. Global bans, you
global
ban it
picks
first.
will all GG.
Yeah, global picks will all GG. Probably just, I don't know. even some of the skills that we haven't seen will be introduced, which can give into the great gameplay from teams. Like there's a lot of skills that is available in Free Fire right here that we rarely see that might show up into Clash Squad if that happens.
Someone in Garena right now is saying, challenge accepted, Mustachio. Let's see what we can do about this. I don't know if or not they'll go that crazy with the competition rules, but we'll have to wait and see, right? Let us know who you think is going to be dominating this matchup, who you think is going to be winning this matchup, right? Because, you know, Neptune and I, although we've made predictions, we don't know. Although we've made predictions and a small little part of our hearts wants a certain team to win, and thankfully, as luck would have it, both the teams that we have forecasted have gotten into the grand finals. I don't know what kind of luck that is, right? Because the journey for NG Pros has not been an easy one at all, Neptune.
I'm guessing there's who like lucky in the chat right there. That might be our lucky charm. I don't know. He's always in there supporting us. So I still don't know who's going to win right here. Though we see. Again, I pointed out earlier, different approach for both teams, and at some point it's just depending on the map, depending on the situation as well, which area of the map they're going to use all those skills, and that is all random. So we don't know how they're going to play it out, and the drafts would need to be so flexible that they can play either way.
Absolutely, man. We're going to get into the drafts in a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we head on in to the game, the head-to-head between the players. NG Pros has got Aztec on the table, the one for the side of AVIDA x KDC. And when you look at these stats, you now start to question, wait a minute. Didn't Mustachio say AVIDA has got better engagements, better eliminations? But as far as these two players are concerned, it looks like NG Pros are going to be all right out there.
Yeah, I mean, Aztec has been one of the best rushers for the side of NG Pros. And again, the comparison right here is rusher against rusher. But in the side of AVIDA x KDC, who's popping off will be the support. Remember Pablo in there getting a double MVPs in matches that they played, and that's one threat that we have for AVIDA x KDC, because it's not just one player, one or two players popping off. The rest of the squads have their own signature, and they might not be doing that much in terms of elimination, but the assists, the damage, whatever it is that's needed to be done to be a culmination of success in Clash Squad, it has been pulled off by AVIDA x KDC. Have yet to be seen by NG Pros, but from what we've seen, what we've witnessed, there's just a small tweak, and they might be able to reach that level.
The weight on the shoulders of the players of NG Pros, enough to crush them, but at the same time, if they maneuver this really well, they can use all of that extra baggage on their shoulders, drop it down onto the ground, use it as a stepping stone, and climb above AVIDA x KDC themselves. As we look at the map order, it's game 1 at Purgatory, followed by Bermuda and Solara. And if we go the distance, Kalahari and Nextera for games 4 and 5.
Yeah, talk about curveball, because so far we've seen Bermuda, Kalahari, and Nextera for the past few days of Clash Squad. Now, we're going to start it off in Purgatory, and then game number 3 in Solara. So, I'm loving, especially Solara in terms of Clash Squad. There's a lot of factors that you can put into play, especially with skills that we've seen so far. Purgatory, curveball overall, like off the bat. Like off the gates, they will be thrown in here into a map where no one has an idea on how they are going to play. So I'm loving this turn of events.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. And when you look at the stats here, you can see a little bit of weakness on the side of AVIDA. They've lost one map on Bermuda, and on the side of NG Pros, it's that Kalahari map that is going to give them a little bit of a difficulty. And as you pointed out rightfully, Purgatory is a map that neither one has played so far. So we start off on an equal 50-50, which I'm fairly nervous about. It's all going to go down to the drafts as well as the mechanical plays out there when it comes to the executions, the timings of those skills, as well as the chemistry between these players. The teamwork is key here in Clash Squad, because the only opportunity you have is to pick up your team member once they get knocked down. You cannot revive them, and that obviously becomes a huge challenge if they're going to be strolling around the battlefield one at a time instead of sticking together now.
Exactly. And from what we've seen earlier, or even from past games, AVIDA XKDC is prioritizing on that. NG Pros is prioritizing on beating the opponents first before they go for the pickup. So whatever approach will help. That would depend on the skills that they are going to bring to the table. And it is AVIDA XKDC who's going to start off the pace for this bans and picks. So which skills will be banned by the team right here? Just to deny NG Pros, probably an Orion off the bat. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, why not at all, right? Because we just saw NG Pros use that Orion to perfection, and Anubhav will not be afraid to pull that in once again. But they want to pelt NG Pros down with all of those nades, and they take the Steffi out of the equation early. So this is a very smart play off of AVIDA XKDC, because those nades we know are lethal in the hands of AVIDA, not just of their Grenadier.
Yeah, I mean, from the way I'm looking at it, the AVIDA XKDC did anticipate that Steffi has given NG Pros 100%. And that's one of the few that has exceeded the 3-time picked that is winning them the game. So I guess that would help them a little bit. A124 would be taken out. I love the counter. So you don't have a denial of a throwable, and then you take out a skill that can be used as a throwable. So I'm loving the ideation, the IQ for the teams.
This is going to piss Anubhav off. They've stolen his Orion away already, but at least they still have the access to Oscar.
Yeah.
The time turn is going to be very valuable in a fight up against AVIDA XKDC because of their aggression. So this is something that NG Pros can fall back onto, but obviously not as important as the Oscar. That's going to be the first lock-in here for NG Pros, but they get a double pick. So that Oscar, you can also pair this up with a Zane to be really strong on the front line. Also a Cassie, right? The electrotherapy can help keep you up on the battlefield a little bit longer. But I guess NG Pros, they want that vision, they want that information, they pull that code out to their side.
Yeah, I mean, they're just denying AVIDA XKDC on what they are, what they can use based on the records that they have before, or the experience that they have from PE Sports, because they were losing some of the gunfights because of that Nero Aurora Vision. But here comes that Cassie, and tying it up with, I doubt that is a clue that they're going to use in the front line right there, but I believe a Zane would be best for AVIDA to pull it off. So if NG Pros has caught of this, and if they are proficient in using that Zane, then better steal it away.
So NG Pros need something to deal with those glue walls as well. Their sniper needs a skill. And for the first map of Purgatory, you could definitely bring that Sentino in, but I would prefer to see that Narrow being pulled out as well, right? Just preventing AVIDA XKDC from bringing up those glue walls is going to be key here. But NG Pros going for the information block instead to block out the vision of the players on the side of AVIDA XKDC.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a block of information. If you tie it up with a Moko, you get a wide array of damage dealing. And there you have it. Zane taken out. I'm loving this for MG Pros. They're playing it on the mind games that AVIDA is using. And you can see from the faces of AVIDA XKDC and from Pablo, I think there's a little bit of disappointment in there because they are denied of a Zane. So they have no choice. They stick with a Long Kong Tawan frontliner or Long Kong Pablo frontliner, and that would depend on how well that clue can survive, because it's more of information and not really a defense.
So what I expect NG Pros to bring in, instead AVIDA XKDC brings in, which makes me very worried. Because remember, I said NG Pros needed the Cassie, NG Pros needed the Sentino. They didn't go in with those. I mentioned the clue, but they went for the Coda, which is absolutely fair. But apart from that, I don't know how effective this Ignis is going to be in this matchup. I haven't really seen the Flame Mirage be a game changer in a couple of these engagements, right? But of course, if you do bring in the Rocky, you do get to spam those Flame Mirages a little bit more out there. So I guess they can make some sort of magical play work out of this. It's all about the execution. There's just no right way to play those Flame Mirages.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Manu as a sniper for team, having that Flame Mirage, it's a matter of using it like a time turn. You know, when you're a sniper, you're away from the rest of the teams, and then you want to get block what the opponents are using. Or are shooting at you. So you can use that, duck away, and then you can fire back later on. If it's a close encounter, then that's where it changes, because you'll be able to put in a little bit of damage and then keep your distance for the rest of the teams, because information like visuals are blocked. So there's plenty of ways of using that Flame Mirage Ignis. And on a sniper side, I know it's a little bit questionable, but I learned from questioning NG Pros already. I'm pretty sure they have a plan.
That's a good deduction, right? I've questioned them before. I will not question their questionable choices anymore. I like that, right? I mean, I used to use Ignis, and then once those smoke vortexes became available, then the need for my Ignis was just no longer there. But you do have an opportunity to tag up your opponents as well. I guess that a little bit of damage does make a difference. I guess you could use the Smoke Vortex together with the Flame Mirage, which is a double whammy. But I don't know exactly how you can manage all of these utilities at the very same time. Keep an eye on your opponents as well on the battlefield, because we know when you're tinkering around with so many of these things, your opponents have got the opportunity to just run at you. And AVIDA X KDC, they're made of that, right? The rush, the clutch gene. Just run at your opponent, get into those engagements, walk out the victors, and that's another series won. Except in this case, when you win the series, you are now the dual mode champs of FFMAX Asia Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving how NG Pros is using the active skills, especially in draft the picks. But I'm worried about AVIDA, because it seems like they were denied so many times on some of those picks. And like, it's very scrappy. I'm looking at it, I'm staring at it right now. Orion, yes, they deny it from NG Pros. But what else can they use? Clue, you get that information, you will be able to get that. But if you don't go as fast as we expect, especially with the Valiant dash that we've seen earlier from VDEX KDC, then the Cassie connection doesn't even matter. And that Anusit, yes, on a Santino, the Shape Splitter can be used quite well to help out with the rest of the teams, but they're just putting everyone into the fray that might be taken down with a much stronger build being brought in by NG Pros.
No doubt at all. I think when it comes to the engagements out there, we've seen enough out of both squads. We've seen the numbers as well. We see how it's been pretty equal. Only difference is they have not gone up against the exact same opponents in the competition so far. A lot of action has happened in the seeding at the top of the leaderboard as opposed to the bottom. But of course, we'll put all of that aside. The conversation obviously can be picked up a little bit later on. We've got a best of 5 grand finals coming up for you guys. And this is game 1 out of the potential 5 that we're going to bring to you guys. And it's going to kick off on the map of Purgatory.
Yeah, well, at this point, neither heaven or hell can tell us who's going to win this game. Now, views from both sides, AVIDA KDC and NG Pros into new areas of the map in Clash Quad. We rarely see this in the Fire MAX Asia Invitational. Now, we are going to see how the pros do it right here.
Double Smoke Vortex. You see the Flame Mirage come out as well, tagging a couple of the players on the side of AVIDA. Knocked away by the airdrop, and AVIDA will take advantage of that chaos, slicing and dicing those players. M500 finding the connections as well. Hashtag the final one alive and kicking. Tawan, one more shot needed, goes in for the rush. Aztec has got the side, but Tawan with the shorty gets the final say. And AVIDA gets a easy one. Plus, we'll take the sight off of Tawan.
Talk about speed right there. And Tawan a little bit more deadly on that Crimson Crush. Now, this is something that they need to be cautious of. Pistol round, yes, they will be clumped up in the middle. There's little no chance that they will be able to get the long-range weapon just yet. But in round number 2, G36 will be introduced. So, yep, we will see a little bit more of firepower for the side of Manu, even Cropsy, as well as Anuvav. But how can they do it? Because they don't have that much of armor compared to AVIDA KDC.
Good rotation. Aztec and Cropsy do have an advantage up against Long Kong, who's not going to be peaking anytime soon. Pablo and Tawan sticking together as Anusit gets up to a decently high ground to play the advantage. Tawan rushing forth to the airdrop first. Anubhav sprayed down by Long Kong. Cropsy could not back him up just yet. Instantaneously backing away, and Anusit with the flank. Shape Splitter gets him the reposition, and he finds the Punisher. Manu dropped by Anusit as well. A absolutely brilliant flank using the Sentino, the Shape Splitter, getting them all the points at Anusit. What a round. Sit down, NG Pros, says this one player. AVIDA AGC, the rest of them barely needed to do anything.
Yeah, Anusit went Akusit. I'm going to sit down right here, chill. And there we have it. I mean, Anusit, if I'm not mistaken, that was an ace, or close to an ace. But I'm loving how well that Shape Splitter has been used. And this is how AVIDA KDC is. They will have one player pop off like that, and then all focus would be on one player, but the rest would just be showing up. That adjustment is being done by AVIDA KDC will need to be broken by NG Pros right here if they want to continue to win games against them. But sticking together, and Aztec into the mix. It's a good thing he managed to get away, but couldn't stand up, couldn't get up. And Pablo right now with the side with a backstab. But Aztec still on a rock with a Max 7.
Aztec finally dropped, but the Max 7 getting a double drop on the players of NG Pros. Sorry, AVIDA. Anusit, on the other hand, gets the spray down, one knock, and then instantaneously traded out. Cropsy versus Long Kong. Cropsy has got that long range gun, the G36, double G36 as a matter of fact. Cropsy just choosing to use the P90, trying to cut down the distance here between the two players, and Cropsy has the advantage, but Long Kong just with a better position swaps out his G36 for the P90, and AVIDA KDC picks up another round.
Yeah, I mean, stuff though. We've seen a few players jump into the fray, especially when the airdrop has been released. Even a smoke vortex couldn't stop them from engaging. But for that final moment, Cropsy was tagged up a little bit. The range that he had from his cover into inside of the compound was so long that it gives Long Kong a chance to hit him and not even given a chance to heal up.
And obviously, NG Pros were baited out by the cyber drop there in the third round because they had already lost the first two rounds. That cyber drop, level 3 gun, could have given them a huge boost. But AVIDA KDC knew exactly what they did not want to allow happen in that round, which is NG Pros getting there first. The smoke vortex helped them build up that pressure, and everybody came through to deliver. And Anusit, just brilliant yet again for the side of AVIDA KDC. Manu up top. The tag is there. Cropsy spots one for the push. Aztec almost taken down. Just close calls. And Anusit once again delivers big time as he catches Anubhav.
Anusit or Anubhav, I don't know who's going to take it. And Cropsy, Long Kong still winning the fight on that 1v1. And Cropsy was aiming for revenge when he chased against Long Kong. But Anusit right now, great position to take. Down against Manu. And there you have it. Manu out in the open rooftop. And a full squad of AVIDA KDC to go against him.
And as far as Anusit is concerned, it's yet another one for the eliminations. This guy's on fire. He's looking to carry the squad all alone. 10 eliminations already and 4 rounds in. Cyber airdrop will appear in this round. NG Pros are starved, and they will definitely make a mad dash for the cyber drop. And they've already laid out 2 of those super bonfires there for themselves already. I don't know who placed that vortex. Could be on the side of NG Pros or AVIDA. We'll find out soon, I guess. Manu up top. Cropsy finds Pablo Winchester, getting the job done. That slows down the pace of AVIDA KDC for the time being.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, potential pickup can be done, and it has been done onto Pablo. But here comes Long Kong, just reeling them in, out in the open. But 2 rushing against him. Backstab is a possibility. Aztec A little bit too close on the glue wall. There goes the shot. Flame Mirage out of nowhere into nowhere as well. A little bit of wasted opportunity for that skill. But yes, there's a good chance that he doesn't know where the opponents are. So he's just using it for the scan.
AVIDA XKDC again managing to get to the cyber point, but Pablo, that one taken down by Manu. Great positioning. Pablo out in the open for the pickup. Manu does not respond. And the rest of AVIDA overwhelm NG once again, sitting on match point now on this first game. It's just been one-sided, although NG has woken up a couple of times.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it is one-sided. If I'm not mistaken, I know something there has pulled out an M5 M82B. And I rarely see that, or I'm just like, my eyes might be player tricks on me. And that might just be an AW. But, yeah, I mean, 5 points already. The music is on. And the boss fight continues. It is the NG Pros who are the adventurers who will be dealing with the boss. But Cropsy says no. Denies a Nusit in there, but the pickup can be done from that corner.
The problematic player is the first one to get deleted, but the pickup is a timely one, and Nusit. Back up on his feet, Aztec looking for the God Nade here. Cropsy with the push, Valiant Dash breaks down the defenses. Tawan though manages to trade back a couple of shots before going into his defense. Pulls out the Crimson Crush. Pablo gets the knock onto Cropsy as well. Aztec, the finisher off of the one. Great glue wall, but Pablo drops by for the backup. And a 6-0 delivered strong in this first game. AVIDA XKDC showing that they are not here to play a video game. They are here to dominate.
Yep, definitely dominated that Battle Royale already and still on the roll for Clash Squad mode. And I just saw something amazing in there, especially on the use of Orion plus that Cassie. Because it seems like it's like you don't even need to pull the Crimson Crush to be unstoppable. Because the moment he get hit, like I was looking at the HP and I thought it's about to go down. But no, it recovers instantly. The focus therapy. Best timing, and I'm loving that use from AVIDA XKDC and Pablo. I would say even if you don't get that MVP, I'm pretty sure Anusit would get that because of the number of points, but he's still at MVP, especially in the final moment.
It's ridiculous that you allow the Orion and the Cassie to be on the same side because of the points that you just brought up. But Anusit, the one that was splitting his shapes all around the battlefield. Amazing flanks. And because of that Sentino, he earned so many eliminations, just continuously confusing the hell out of NG Pros. One moment he's here, next moment he's there, next moment he's right back where he was earlier. And in all three maneuvers, he has gotten one knock off of the squad of NG Pros, and they just had no answers for him. Brilliantly played by this guy, and every single knock with that memory miss off of that auto slowed down his opponents as well, just torturing NG Pros a little bit more, marking them up. 11 eliminations, 7 assists, 3,619 on the damage. My oh my, Anusit, what a game.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm loving that he does have a double on a mark with that with the passive skill, and you know how it is with that Nimble Ninja from Sensei Tig. It increases the man marking skills by 50%. So how long can you track your opponent? A long time, because you have that memory mist with that mark. We have that Enigma that you can use as well for more of the damage marks, and then you have that Sensei Tig already very deadly for a sniper like Anusit.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think it was brilliant for him specifically to bring in that Sensei Tig, right? Because, like you mentioned, it reduces the duration of the enemy's markers. So even if he gets tagged, he's just going to get rid of the tag in a couple of seconds and then quickly use the Shape Splitter to reposition himself, to torture the players of NG Pros. They just could do nothing much with the little bit of information they were getting off of Anusit. And by the end of that game, no rounds won by NG Pros, 1 elimination each. They were getting the connections with those shots, but it was very difficult to keep AVIDA XKDC on the ground. Help me was something the players of AVIDA did not need to say at all. The response was instantaneous from the rest of the team members, prioritizing the numbers before prioritizing getting eliminations for the squad.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, speaking of pets, because I just spotted something out of the list that we are getting of the pets that's being used. So it's not just Sensei Tig who's being reintroduced right here. There's also Hoot, wherein we're talking about like marking your opponent. So it adds more to the duration as well as the distance. And with that, if you have, say, a Coda or a Clue, then it gives you more opportunity. So I guess it's just under the radar. We haven't seen it being used just yet, or it's just not an MVP who's using those pet skills. But I'm loving that there's a variation out there when it comes to pet skills, and those dynamics in Clash Squad mode is making it more interesting.
Yeah, we definitely have some hoots out there, man. I mean, I think we saw it a couple of times so far in the competition. We even saw Dr. Beanie. We saw a couple of flashes. Not many. I think we saw Dr. Beanie a couple of more times than Flash. But that's exactly what we love about the current meta, right? You don't need to just depend on the same old pets that you used to go in for in the past. Not just the Dreki. The Rocky has been making a lot of appearances in the recent times because of the very quick refresh on that active skill, which just allows you to spam it again and again and again. Imagine the number of thrill of battle. Obviously, it doesn't like make the cooldown disappear, but it reduces it decently enough so that you can still be fairly annoying up against your opponents.
Yeah, and it's one thing that we've seen as well in some cases. Since we're on the topic of pets, the Yeti. I mean, I know it's in theme and it's being featured right now in game, but you don't need a Steffi. If you have a Yeti, right behind you. So definitely AJ will be like receiving 30% less damage on an explosive. But knock on wood, no explosive would come to your door.
Why would you say that?
I mean, I'm in that role. We have to point out.
The explosive love from the community. That's the only explosion I'm expecting here. But I would expect 30% extra damage out of the love, all right? So, I mean, the XKDC up against NG Pros in the second game. First game, it was one-sided, if I could say the least. And NG Pros pulling the clue ban first. AVIDA XKDC has to ban the Coda. If not, they will have no information whatsoever, and NG Pros will have that advantage over them.
Let's see though. So far, we've seen that that trade-off, and I thought that NG Pros just played it quite well, but towards the games, it just depended on the mechanical skills as well as the tactics adjustments that AVIDA XKDC has done overall. Now, still waiting on 10 seconds before they make that ban. And Steffi, once again, has been taken down. Say they just witnessed, especially from the match against Esports, wherein we were questioning it. We were thinking, why bring in the Steffi into this battle? And now with XKDC said, all right, we want to give you the opportunity not to use this.
They think I'm a monster.
I am so confused with this initial pick. The ban of the clue. And the response is, their first pick is Orion. They're going to give that Coda away, which means NG Pros do not start off the game with the information, and they just disable themselves practically. A124, though, pulled in here. Maybe AVIDA XKDC gives them some mercy. No, AVIDA says, we are not going to let go of this opportunity. Thank you for the assist, NG Pros.
Well, let's see though. A124 plus information Coda. So again, this comes into the mind games that we were looking at in there. Denial of clue, and we were expecting they will be taking it, or just, I guess it's just giving it away, because it's more of a comfort pick that Orion has been taken for the side of NG Pros. There's no possible reason for it other than them taking it for themselves instead of giving it to Tawan.
Make it make sense. That's all I ask, right? And the ban just made no sense to me. Because, again, that was a move where they just shot themselves in the foot. If you're going to ban Clue and then you take Coda, that makes sense. But you're going to ban Clue, allow your opponent to take Coda, and then you don't work off with the information. What was the point of banning Clue? It was not even going to be AVIDA's first pick anyway, right?
Yeah.
But NG Pros, you don't know exactly what's running through their minds. I thought I saw somewhere that NG Pros do not have a coach or an analyst on their side. Yeah, perhaps they're just trying to figure this out on their own, and I don't blame them at all. Sometimes it does get a little difficult if you're not having that extra assistance with the numbers and the data. But NG Pros, fingers crossed, they are able to brush this up, because it is going to make a big difference as to what sort of an approach they have in the game with those active skills. They're going to complete the list here with that Nero, Ignis, Oscar, Orion, and the opposite side is the lineup that I actually like to see. Chrono, A124, Koda, Iris. This is going to be a deadly combo of AVIDA X KDC.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Iris, I'm pretty sure. Anusit, he has damage, or he has put so much of damage earlier against NG Pros, and he will continue on with that. Imagine the number of elimination that he had, and it just was even from the start, like not even halfway through the match. So Anusit would be deadly, and Manu right now with that Nero. I love that he is trying to go in for a counter against Anusit's Iris, but how well can they tie it up with the rest of the teams? Because they can go on the front line a little bit quicker, a little bit more stealthier, if that's the right word, with that Flame Mirage, but that so much of a defense against the opponents.
They have no defense whatsoever up against this Iris, right? Because you look at their active skills. I guess Orion, if the Orion is pressured by Iris, maybe Anubhav will be able to survive with the Crimson Crush for a while, because the pressure from that Iris obviously is going to be from far away with the sniper. And, you know, Orion obviously has to come out of the Crimson Crush. If he's got a positional advantage with the natural terrain, maybe that'll make a difference. But apart from that, they actually have got no answer to this Iris on the side of AVIDA.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough right now. Like glue walls, when it's available, definitely the wall brawl can do its magic. And speaking of magic, I'm not seeing any of anyone using that shape splitter, so no Houdini gameplay. Anusit says, all right, I've done that trick already. I'm pretty sure if he pulls it again, he might be caught. So he's trying something different, but this is still deadly with that Iris.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think it's very deadly that you get to play through the glue walls, because the glue walls in the current meta is a big problem, right? You have got all of these boosters backing up those glue walls. You are going to have a little bit of a challenge taking them down. Therefore, the meta kind of helps you out in that way. The Iris, on the other hand, has been an active skill that's been available for a while. You just get to penetrate through that glue wall. You get to mark up the opponents behind the glue wall, which actually makes for a little bit more advantage than getting that damage through the glue wall. The damage through the glue wall, maybe sometimes it helps you get a lucky knock after the rest of your opponents, the rest of your team members have already damaged your opponent. But most of the time, it's that information play that gets you something, which is why I was quite upset with that clue ban. And now Koda on the side of AVIDA X KDC, you don't have a lot of informational play on the side of NG.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough right here. They don't have aggression, and that's where AVIDA is playing with them right now. Earlier, it's AVIDA who has a potential to go in for that aggression because of the basic territory that they were connected, plus the Orion for themselves. But there's no Cassie that we had mixed right now, so it's more of AVIDA playing it a little bit slowly, just like throwing off what NG Pros is planning right here, because if they want to go toe-to-toe against NG Pros, I think if they want to go toe-to-toe against AVIDA, they want to fight fire with fire. And speed is that fire that AVIDA has shown. So now AVIDA is playing it with the timing. And AVIDA is just waiting for opportunities right here. And I'm imagining already. I know waiting for opportunities to get those information. And once we get that information, the rest of the teams can follow through, trigger at A124, and if in case they are in a pinch, they still have that time turner to help them survive. So I'm loving the ideation for side of AVIDA in this kind of skill setup.
Yeah, and then you look at the side of NG Pros, and you actually need the mechanical execution for each and every single one of these players to go right, because such are the active skills, right? On the side of Koda, you don't need to aim your Aurora Vision anywhere. You just time it well, you press it, and you've already got a bunch of information on your side. A124, you don't have to get a ton of information of your opponents. You're running at them when you know your team members are in the right places, in the right positions. You pop the thrill of battle, you get into the fight. Iris as well, you want to take some shots at some glue balls, you pop it. It's all something that does not require you to time it perfectly or whatsoever. And then you look at NG Pros, everything needs to be timed on the active skills. When that Nero is used, when the Valiant dash off of that Oscar is used, when the Crimson Crush comes out of the Orion. If you don't trigger these at the right moment, with the right timing, you are going to get stomped. Even with the Ignis as well, right? How many times have we seen a fairly useless Flame Mirage go out there, barely do any damage, barely bring any sort of advantage to the game as a whole. But obviously, when the pushes come forth for all of those cyber drops, I think that is where the Ignis will give them some sort of an advantage, but it's still not big enough for me.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, from earlier, because NG Pros was spotted against BE Sports that they are going in for those steals. And AVIDA, they know that that's bound to happen. They understand that that's what they're playing with. And you've seen some instances wherein even that steal has been denied. They put in those smoke vortex, a couple of smoke vortex, so that even the approach, how they get themselves close, AVIDA XKDC get close into those cyber airdrops, they will not be spotted, and then they can just go with the timing. And it's tough. If you are being read like by a team like AVIDA XKDC, like a book, then it would be difficult. One saving grace though, though yes, timing is a great factor, but the accuracy for the Nero, as long as it's within the 8-meter mark, then it would bounce directly to the opponent. So that's just one factor that they can use in that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And Manu, whether the sniper needs to be the one that carries the Nero in, I don't know if that is the right call here, right? Because as the sniper of the squad, if you do toss the Nero out, maybe you prevent those glue walls from coming up for a while, but it has been so easy to spot the plushie, and the plushie at the moment has got too little HP on it, so it's very quick, it's very easy to crush the plushie. Then at the end, you've just gotten some damage, just like what Ignis can get you, and you've marked those players. But technically speaking, you already knew they were there. It has the potential of marking more than one. Maybe you didn't have that initial information on your side, but apart from that Nero, you can mess up that gameplay for yourself as well, right? Timing is all about how it's played, as well as a little bit of luck. If the plushie is just in a spot where it's not spotted out, then maybe it becomes very effective.
Yeah, the reason why I'm pulling a smile right now, because you did mention about that plushie being damaged. And you know how players can pull off 150 headshot, and the plushie is just one head specifically. So instant headshot, so easy instant one shot. But jokes aside, like a couple of shots, especially with how the players are in here, accuracy that they have, SMGs definitely easy to take them out. Tags up 2, and then if you have a Sensei Tig, it would reduce that timing. So that's why some of the players out there are confident to go against that plushie, that cryo mine, because the time it will not be spent so much in letting it expire, and they still have an opportunity to move anyways. With that slowdown, with that damage being out of the way already.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Nero being played in CS. I don't see the viability of Nero coming in clutch in a lot of these situations. BR, on the other hand, I see a lot of possibilities of using this Nero, because a majority of the times, especially when you've got so many surviving squads, looking for the final few available compounds to play the defense, you've got these houses and you want to rush a house, this is where the Nero comes in very handy. You throw in a couple of glue wall melters, you are melting down those defenses, you toss in a Nero, you stop them from bringing up more glue walls, and this can be timed perfectly well, because right after the plushie goes in, you're running in with your shotguns, your M590s, and you're mowing down the house and anybody that you see in there. Very viable for BR. Now you look at the 4v4 setup that we've got here in Clash Squad. There has been no tense situation where you've got one team trapped in a compound and the other team tossing those glue wall melters as well as grenades, because in the first place you got to buy all of these things. They cost a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, if they're like me, I'm a little bit cheap, so I won't be spending that much on all those resources.
I don't spend so much because I don't use them after I buy them.
I mean, another extra button before you go in, and we're not that fast.
Yeah, the last thing I need is an extra button to press Pro on my screen, okay? Yeah.
Anyways, I do agree with that Nero.
Yeah.
I do agree with that Nero. I mean, there's, like, I'm the only one that making, I would say I'm the only one I'm seeing is making it work for myself, because I'm lazy. So why not? You hear a footstep, just pop it. And even if that, you need to get the timing right. I just remember this, because if you put it or like pop it in a place where there's a little bit of a slight elevation, it hits that border, it would not even go through. It won't go through. It will be stuck in there. And at some point, that is the point where you stay, where you need a glue wall, and you just denied yourself and pulling off a glue wall. So
I hear some frustration in your voice.
Yes, there it is.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Plenty.
Yeah, we do apologize, by the way, guys. We know it's taking a little while. Neptune and I usually don't talk this much before the matchup. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty in the background. Obviously, we don't want to start the matchup with these players not in that lobby in full capacity as well as capability to take that fight without any bit of disadvantages whatsoever. So we're going to give them some time to sort that out whilst you guys... Well, I hope you find this entertaining, all right? We're going to be talking for a little while more. Not going to take a break just yet, because hopefully we can get the tech issue sorted out as quickly as possible. Hop on into the next game, because it's a best of 5. We are only done with the first one. We've got the drafts for the second game here already, and we need to see if or not NG Pros has got the capability of at least bringing in a game number 4 for us.
Yeah, definitely. And this is, despite of the amount of games that we have, it's still crucial that everything is on point before the game begins, especially in this round where NG Pros is looking to grab a point against AVIDA x KDC. So let's see though, there's a chance that they can do so, because just hearing from Little Bird that we are ready and we are stepping in onto the next map right here. So game number 2 is on its way, AJ. I'm really excited about this.
Let's see if or not India can pull one match back here on the map of Bermuda, where they do feel comfortable enough to win, enough to dominate. And if they do, they guarantee a game number 4. Let's see if or not India has got what it takes to carry the pride of the nation, to carry the pride of South Asia as a whole up against AVIDA.
Let's see, great position on that smoke vortex as well as that flame barrage. So everyone was just moving forward. Everyone would need to be in sync right now. But the one hides through from the time turner. There goes the airdrop being taken, and as well as a drop onto Cropsy. But they need to fight back. And unfortunately, it's just AVIDA x KDC putting a number against NG Pros. 1v1 on one side, and both goes down.
There's a brilliant play there by Anubhav, and Aztec will get the final slice using the site, and that's the advantage of getting to the airdrop first in this initial round. And NG Pros will have the advantage moving into round number 2. Now, this is the problem. In the store for game number 2, we've got the Deagle, and it's purchasable based on the number of coins that AVIDA has off of that loss in round number 1. So NG Pros have to play this one safe.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they will need to put a smoke vortex as well on that elevation that they have above AVIDA x KDC if they don't want to be sniped by a Nusit on Kingfisher, or rather a different weapon. But the smokes though, it does work, provides a little bit of distraction, and he can focus on the left side. Great movement, great position. Coming in from a Nusit, does have an eagle in hand, and hearing the footsteps as well. Let's see if he can take down Cropsy.
Tawan, beautiful as Manu gets pushed by Tawan. Instant execution coming forth as well with the glue wall right in front of him. Anubhav straight down by Pablo. And AVIDA x KDC looking to recover this game. Pablo tagged up by the deep freeze. And now they go in for the push, looking to overwhelm Aztec, who manages to shut down Tawan before he gets there. Great glue wall by Aztec. Calls Cropsy for the backup, but Anusit gets the flank and will be able to find the connection with the Deagle. And now they play the numbers advantage. And AVIDA XKDC strike back hard with those Deagles.
Yeah, it's tough right now, especially with how they start it off. And then when engagement happens, and though we are seeing a drop being done by AVIDA XKDC, or NG Pros rather. But you can see how well those active skills is being used, especially on that final moment where into the glue walls they shoot and they still manage to go in for a takedown.
Cyber drop in the game. And you can see NG Pros definitely want it, desperate for it as a matter of fact. Level 3 gun, baby. But the problem here with the cyber drop is you got to first unlock it. So even if you're the first one to get there, you got to wait first before you fish out anything off of it. And a great play off of that Flame Mirage. The one's going to get tagged up here. Information play. Anubhav straight down. Long Kong with a position alongside Anusit. Plays that pressure from afar. Deagle once again. The supremacy. Cropsy is there for the trade through the window. But as he hops on out, he gives a clear line of sight, and AVIDA XKDC take him down easy peasy. And they also get the cyber drop on top of that. How much of a blessing is that? NG Pros a little challenged at this point.
Yeah, and there you have it. I mean, I was about to say, wait a minute, where are you? Nusit, because they didn't even spot him. And he managed to get the 2 knocks, but he managed to go in for defense, go for the flank, and goes for the backstab against the 2 players. It's a timing that has been set up by Tawan, who went into the rooftop, who spots every movement that is right below him. But there's no chance for that happening because Peak has all the covers that is needed. So it's more of the skills that they can use right now for the play.
Oh, Aztec, can he get away? Yes, he can. Beautifully. As he manages to wrap around. And Anusit finds Anubhav though, just on the trails. The pickup is instantaneous. Manu almost sacrificing himself for that pickup. The rest of the players on the side of AVIDA though, finding Manu this time round. Who responds well with the Thompson, shutting down Pablo. Anusit makes the comeback, gets a double for himself. Fishing out the players on the side of NG Pros, one after the other. Tawan gets one for himself as well, leaving Cropsy all alone with his level 3 MP5.
Oh my goodness, Anusit is still on a roll. Whether it's Kingfisher, whether it is a Deagle, he can take those shots, but it's more of how NG Pros is reacting to all the movement that is happening right here against AVIDA XKDC. As you can see, 1 knockdown has happened, and then it just forces NG Pros to run against that. And Anusit was just waiting for that opportunity. 2 knockdowns, not even 3 seconds apart.
They are on fire. Cyber drop once again. You're gonna come in here every alternating round. So NG Pros, they lost the opportunity earlier. This time, going to make their way there yet again. The first ones to start unlocking the drop. Long Kong, pressure from up top. The deep freezers will get the initial tags. Grenade now cooked up, sent out. NG Pros! Oh, great glue wall to keep them safe.
Oh, but Anusit still in the backstab, takes down Aztec, and even Anubhav cannot move an inch. Doesn't even have to put a sniper, just a Deagle with 2. And I don't know what a monster of an accuracy Anusit have, but it is given AVIDA XKDC the opportunity to win without losing any player from their side. Now, getting close to match point, AJ.
Getting close to match point. If NG Pros managed to rip this round away in that round 7. It's yet another cyber point for the side of AVIDA XKDC to fight for. If NG Pros does not get this done, then the torture continues as AVIDA activates another match point for themselves. Either way, this has been a challenge that NG Pros have not found an answer for just yet. They keep thinking that their active-passive skill on the bans and picks is enough to get them some justice out here. But they are wrong. Long Kong, what a flank. And won't play so much of pressure. Manu spotted out as well. Grenade will not find him. Tawan gets the double off of the side. And AVIDA XKDC on match point now.
Now, this is where I'm seeing the failure for side of NG Pros, because it's quite a similar approach that they have been pulling out in all the games that they played, especially in this one in Bermuda. That rush onto the airdrop as well as smoke, exactly the same against Esports. And you know how it is. AVIDA XKDZ have their eyes peeled on these games, and that would not work twice. Well, especially against AVIDA XKDZ. So hopefully we will see NG Pros find a different approach, but how can they pull it off? They're already in the game. They're already deep in it that they would need to survive one more or a few more to prevent AVIDA from getting another round.
Yeah, AVIDA's just going to be super tanky right after this, man. I'm sure there's a level 4 West in there. Who's going to grab that? See in a little bit, if or not. The players on the side of NG Pros have the ability to play some sort of a miracle here to keep themselves alive. Or else they're going to be 2 games down with 1 more to go for the win here for AVIDA XKDC in the grand finals as they pick up their 3rd cyber point off of that airdrop.
Loving that everyone's playing with the patience of the opposing team. Now, Cropsy would be tagged up a little bit. And as you can see, the setup being done by Pablo and Tawan, and information relayed by Long Kong. And once again, Anusit would be the surprise factor. He is stealthy, doesn't even have that Raphael, and he can be a silent step in against NG Pros. And as quickly as that, no one has been taken out, and the AVIDA XKDC managed to get their 2 points in this series.
Shout out to Devendra Tiwari from our YouTube chat, because he already predicted this one, that it was a 6-0 earlier and it was going to be a 6-1 this time round. And just as he called it, it has come to a screeching halt here. NG Pros absolutely stunned as the champions of our Battle Royale of FFMAI continues to stomp their way around in the grand finals of Clash Squad as well. The dual mode champions AVIDA XKDC, I think that's exactly what we're going to be announcing by the end of this, because by the looks of things, NG Pros just are not showing us what it takes to shut down AVIDA.
I mean, every turn that NG Pros is taking, AVIDA has their eyes on them. And it's tough. It's tough right here. But I'm not giving up against NG Pros just yet. There's still a few more chances. It's either one or a few more. If they win this fight against AVIDA XKD, especially the next one, then there's more possibility that we will see more matches from NG Pros. But what else can they pull off? Because that alone, that game, Anusit was just that threat. Doesn't even have to expose himself. He was just walking right behind. And, you know, like imagine like just tapping the shoulders of the opponent and then down you go. That's what Anusit was doing.
I think we would all appreciate it if no players exposes themselves. Okay, it's a little indecent. We shall not do that on broadcast. But AVIDA XKDC just exposing the weakness of NG Pros in the 2 games, and they're also proving that all of those weaknesses have not been patched up, and the strengths of AVIDA XKDC cannot be exploited. This matchup has been won already at the ban and pick phase in itself. Once again, in both the games, I really liked the lineup of AVIDA XKDC. They were playing the aggression perfectly. And then you look at the side of NG Pros, and you definitely have questions based on some of these active skill picks here, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, earlier, we've seen how AVIDA XKDC just played with the timing. And again, I couldn't explain it even further because the game's already over. AVIDA XKDC understood what NG Pros is trying to do just from the active skill setup, just from the draft itself. And we pointed it out, we've seen it, and again, NG Pros is just doing the same, like pulling out the same playbook out of the others that they've shown so far. I thought there would be more. I'm expecting that they will have more pages on that playbook, but I think they run out because of not expecting to be this far in the competition.
I don't think they took many notes because this playbook only has one page, and this one page only has got a couple of plays out there. The game MVP, 10 eliminations, 10 assists, but the one and only Anu said he definitely was popping off in this game as well. With the Iris, Otto, Nikita, Moko. I mean, talk a little bit about consistency here, Nev.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you can continue using that, especially with the couple that can bring in those marks once you tag them up, and as well as that Nikita that has changed the pace of Clash Squad overall. Because a lot of teams, especially when they saw the potential when M590 has been released, reload speed is much better once you have that Nikita. So they want that. And what else can bring more firepower to a sniper? That reload on either a VSK or that AWM, it would be deadly.
Absolutely, man. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about how you execute the plays out there on the battlefield. And whether or not the Iris was making its impact, this guy gave no chance to the rest of the opponents out there on the side of NG Pros with the position that he held. It's either high ground or a deep flank, and both of them paid dividends. Both of them gave him massive numbers. And just like the previous game, this one was one-sided. 6-0, 6-1, 2 games down, 1 more to go for AVIDA x KDC to get crowned the dual mode champions of Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025.
Well, let's see on what adjustment needs to be done or will be done by NG Pros right here into the next game. They might be able to grab at least points, prove to the fans out there, prove to anyone out there that they have what it takes to go against AVIDA x KDC. But, well, me saying that, now that they are on this semi-final, or on the grand finals rather, I guess they proved a lot already. They proved that they have what it takes to get this level. But if they can get at least one game, one match out away from AVIDA x KDC, then that makes it more concrete that they can be strong as well.
Yeah, I mean, because definitely some teams kind of said that, okay, AVIDA x KDC, maybe they were not the most deserving team to win Battle Royale. Because Champion Rush, other teams got there first. They just made it there. They got the booyah. Some may say it's lucky, right? AVIDA x KDC out here to prove that there ain't no luck when it comes to winning. And obviously, there ain't no luck when you can do it back-to-back in both modes up against the best in Southeast Asia and South Asia. This is ridiculous in terms of consistency, in terms of what they've been able to convert in the competition so far. But as we head on into game number 3, it's going to be Solara this time round, Neptune. Another map where we have not played a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm really looking forward to the battle of that windmill, as well as studios, because a lot of moving parts, especially in studios. I mean, a lot of moving parts. Imagine the train in there. It's difficult to move around in there, stay steady, and that brings different kind of gameplay for the team. So we might not be seeing that much of a rush gameplay, and let's see if that will translate into the draft of the teams right here. And we know for a fact as well that teams have been taking notes, especially for AVIDA x KDC. At this point, we're going to have that random store for game number 3. So Deagle will still be in there, but the way I'm looking at it, the BSS might have another highlight.
I'm not looking forward to it. I think you're going to see the Luna in play this time around for sure. The Luna is going to be probably replacing Nikita for some of these plays. I would not be surprised if some of them brings in the Luna and the Nikita just for the extra reload as well as extra rate of fire. You know, when you bring in such lethal combinations, looking at what sort of a store you're going to get, already pre-planning what sort of a weapon you're going to be purchasing in the lobby, I think it definitely gives you an edge, right? But of course, as we head on in here, ban picks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's see exactly what AVIDA x KDC takes off the map first here as they pull in the first ban.
Yeah, AVIDA x KDC, let's see on what they are going to take away. And I think, for me, it is that Orion. If they want everything to be picked up, as Orion, but no, they still want to deny them of that Steffi. And I thought they're going to give them that chance already. But again, if it's not a threat, especially for those that has been picked by NG Pros, then why take it away?
Why indeed? Steffi taken out of the equation. You do it one more time to me, brother. I tell you. NG Pros banning out the clue.
Koda.
AVIDA. Just take the right. God. Damn it. Okay. All right. They snuffed that one early. I don't get to be angry at NG Pros because they don't pick something else. And this time they prioritize the Oscar and the Orion combo. I like this. They get to be aggressive. But again, it hasn't worked. And if you keep trying the exact same thing again and again, expecting a different result, then perhaps you might need to take a pause and reflect a little bit. But I do like to see Anubhav back on the Orion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, there's an opportunity for Cassie to be put off, but no. A124 right here. Pablo, Cassie, come on. I know that is one of your favorite. Iris, though. I mean, they don't want to let it go for a Nusit. They will still using that wall brawl. And, well, it gives an opportunity for NG Pros to take that Cassie away. Anubhav and whoever will be rocking with him on a duo will be...
Nani?
No. You have an Oscar already.
What? Cassie. Don't lock. No, they locked it in.
Well,
oh well.
Cassie, definitely.
So much for my prediction then.
Yeah. Pablo in there will be rocking that Cassie. No question.
Oh, goodness me. AVIDA X KDC looks like they are bumping into a squad that is determined to make this one fairly easy for them. Instead of the Cassie, it's the Chrono. Oh, okay, all right. So AVIDA X KDC is actually expecting NG Pros to be a little bit more aggressive in this round. I do understand why, because obviously NG Pros right now are desperate to make their way back into this grand finals. They need to get aggressive if they want to find these eliminations. But you know what? One of the key points is the fact that Anusit as well as Longkong, those flanks coming out of these two players have been absolutely crushing it right now. And NG Pros have not had a solution for it. The only way they can counter this is to play a little bit of positioning of their own. So many times they have rushed in here for the cyber drop. I think it's time NG Pros started baiting AVIDA into the cyber drop and getting those long flanks instead off of them, surprising them at least with some sort of a cheese threat. Because if you don't do something like that, you're not going to be able to catch up with the Thai squad.
Yeah, I mean, you know how difficult it is as well if you pull off those cheese traps. And we've seen AVIDA be the greater. Not the greater team, but the greater team. Because they're grating those cheese. But anyways, jokes aside,
that was a joke.
I cannot put a joke aside. Bro, was that a laugh or just trying to
I just plotted some spit on my microphone. That's you did not get a laugh out of me.
Okay. All right. I'll try again next time.
You got some saliva on the microphone. That's all that got. X KDC. I guess I'm not so angry with the lineup of NG Pros this time around.
Yeah.
But the Tatsuya as well as the Oscar, I feel like it's a little bit of an overkill.
Yeah.
But if executed well on a mad rush down the middle, taking the fight straight to the players of AVIDA, I think this could work. But again, it's dependent on the execution. And so far, nothing has been executed well by NG Pros up against the Thai squad. I guess it's not their fault. The Thai team is really, really good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine from what happened earlier, it's just the play of the timing. Anusit can go for backstab for anyone. Given the fact that NG Pros has a rush build, definitely a rush build from what we're seeing, from what we're talking about, it's easy to anticipate where they will be rushing, especially in the map of Solara. So there's only a few instances wherein you can split up, and either way, if you have the accuracy of some of the players right here, especially in front lines, and you have information from Longkong as well as the disablement from Pablo, so up front and up close and personal, they can go for knockdown. Once that knockdown happen, then the first the first instinct of NG Pros is to gather to one direction, and that's where Lucid really rocks it.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? Initially, that high ground, getting them that information, and they usually do play the informational gameplay very early on. And NG Pros have shot themselves in the foot multiple times now, because obviously the play is going to go for the coda on the side of the Thai squad. This has happened a couple of times already. They keep banning out the clue. There's no way, I think there's guaranteed no way the Thai squad will go for coda and clue when they are in the grand finals, right? It's going to be an either or. So that ban alone makes me think that, okay, maybe NG Pros are not very serious about winning this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of, say, hope, prestige that they can take, especially if they can win against AVIDA KDC at least once. I mean, even from the intro that we have earlier in this grand finals, it's still tough for NG Pros.
Yeah.
Imagine the journey that they have from their bracket towards the grand finals. It's only that first step that was difficult, and then the rest seems like easy. So how can you be strong with that hurdle? But let's see if this is where they prove their strength, because we're jumping in on game number 3 in Solara for our grand finals.
And you know exactly what it is like, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when your backs are up against the wall and you have no other choice. All you can do is push on forth and face your fears. NG Pros about to run straight into the team that they fear. AVIDA, XKDC, the one having to deal with the Flame Mirage quickly. Aztec rushing on in. He's got an opportunity here. Scythe picked up instantly. And Aztec with the slice here on the side of NG Pros.
I'm loving in the way that AVIDA KDC is backing away just in time. Everyone was converging the middle in there, but before that airdrop has come landed. Now, AVIDA KDC is taking the opportunity of distance that they have and then the scramble onto NG Pros. And this is one taken about isolation. Long Pong from the back end, and Anuba will be taken down, pushing Aztec onto the other side as quickly as that without any casualty. Once again, AVIDA KDC grabs 1 point.
AVIDA KDC again with the Punisher. NG Pros. I am trying to think, what can they actually do in this fight to overwhelm AVIDA? Now, we have talked about what's good, what's in meta. And NG Pros have not been playing just according to the meta. They've just been playing according to what they are comfortable with. But their comfort zone is not made for dominance here in Clash Squad within OB51. And you look at AVIDA, we talked about this, the VSS. And we've got a triple stack there. I haven't looked into the passive skills just yet, but I'm sure as heck expect to see a couple of Lunas on the side of AVIDA, already anticipating the VSSs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, game number 3, this is what they have to offer. And there you have it. Luna Nikita on Loco!
There you go.
Unfortunately, even the Kelly didn't help him sprint that fast. So let's see on what the rest of the teams will be paying into NG Pros. There goes a rush. Ow. Wow. Double pistol to the side of Tawan right here. A little bit too, I would say, low on that weapon. But they're still putting it against NG Pros. And it's only Aztec who's remaining against the 2 players of Pablo and Tawan.
Aztec did manage to pull 1 elimination away here off of that God nade. But now all alone. Aztec looked so different in the previous matchup up against Esports. A valiant effort earlier on up against Vietnam, but when they bump into Thailand, it's a different ball game altogether. And AVIDA KDC looking for the final series victory here off of NG Pros, and now 2-0 up within what could be that final series.
Yeah, looking like it's about to end. Now, together with the VSS, we are seeing AN94 in the hands of AVIDA. They don't even need to purchase that much in the weapons. They have enough that they need. They can focus more on their armors. Manu moves in with slide rails, a little too quick though. Now, let's see on how they are going to defend themselves. A 3-1 split that might be prevented if in case Pablo will be able to wait this out. Tawan hit by that Flame Mirage. He will be tagged up. Gets into the cyber airdrop. Will they be able to grab this before NG Pros move in?
Looks like it is going to be a challenging situation. Cropsy backstab. The one running straight into Anubhav. Aztec gets out of the sticky situation. Catches a long Kong and a great spray done by Aztec. The one punished as well. Pablo and Anusit, the only ones left here for the side of Avida with the VSSs. My God, you cannot let this happen, NG Pros. They have the numbers advantage. The pickup is there. Anusit going to pick Pablo up. Aztec for the finisher, still punished. The Luna going crazy. Anubhav with a flank around. Anusit thinks he can find the finisher. And he might as well do exactly that, as the footwork saves Anubhav. Takes the VSS as well. Says, give me that. But damn, that was a really close round.
Great 1v1 though. It's Anubhav versus Anusit, and it's just something else. Doesn't even have to pull off that Crimson Crush, though it was just refreshed. So I'm really loving how that was played by NG Pros, but I'm loving that how that was started by AVIDA. And if it wasn't for that failure on the pickup, that delay in the pickup, that could have been a 2 versus 1 quite easily favoring AVIDA.
Unbelievable consistency, but NG Pros stepping it up there in that round. Thompson X in the hands of Aztec. He can spray and pray all he wants, and he'll have bullet for days. Cropsy, long flank around the right here. And if he does manage to catch out Anusit, it'll be big, but he just made a long U-turn back. I've got questions.
I mean, probably has been spotted by Anusit and trying to just throw them off the game. But again, questionable. Could have go for the backstab, but it's just Avida's patience. And you know how it is. Patience is a virtue. But at some point, patience also deserves to be or needed to be put in the hospital. So which one is it? That would depend on what. All right, that is a left. Don't hold it back, otherwise it will come out differently or another way.
Stupid. The one opportunity in NG Pros. The Cropsy and Manu. Whoop! Anusit with a sliver of health. Great play by Cropsy. Gets a triple. And Manu on the backup. The moment they pick up the VSS, NG Pros start pulling some rounds towards their side. You gotta like that. You gotta play on the meta, NG Pros.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from what I'm seeing, special in passives, even in Cropsy, doesn't have that Luna. So they does have that Altho as well as a little bit of strength from that Shani and Joseph. But the accuracy is on point. If they don't, they are not relying on that Luna. But let's see how they're going to play it in Aquarium. And this one thing that throw out, especially for those with the scan, because then only you would know which side everyone is taking.
Absolutely. Smoke Vortex is that brilliant placement in the middle. It makes it a tad bit more difficult to deal with. Trying to spot out these players. Tawan, Pablo, both dropped. NG Pros waking up in the fight. They've already got 2 of the cyber points onto their side. Cropsy dropped Anubhav, final player, 2v1, Long Kong. This is a turnaround here. Long Kong looking for the shutdown onto Anubhav. In the meantime, trying to make sure Cropsy is dropped. And Anusit now on the flank around Anubhav. Do you have the Superman on you? Orion! The Crimson Crush comes in for that perfect save. And Anubhav allows the team to take the lead now 3-2 in what could be the final game of this series. NG Pros fighting to stay alive.
Now we're seeing a little bit of proper Clash Squad mode coming from NG Pros. Especially with an M1887. We rarely see that nowadays because of M590 as well as a long-range weapon, but they play it to the T. If you're that aggressive player, Anubhav with that Orion plus Cropsy with that Rebel Rush, you can use the M1887 shotgun. So let's see on how are they going to play with this, because it seems like a little switch in weapons that might give more advantage to NG Pros.
Great deep freeze. Tagging up these players on the side of NG. Manu up top. Goes for the prone. Just so they can play the recovery a little bit. And that means they're just going to be one player down for the time being. Anusit with the spray down. Cropsy taken out of the equation already. Pablo has got the M1887X in hand. Looking for one. Looking for two. Anubhav with the Punisher from the back. But Pablo with the flying death delivered. 3-3. AVIDA saying you are not going to extend the series. It's getting late here in Thailand. We want to sleep.
And that's one thing as well. Speed Boost is throwing off their accuracy. The delay on that jump, you couldn't land those shots. And it's just AVIDA KDC is playing that to the T. Now, let's see on how they are going to continue this on another maze of a map. You know we played this. And some of the instances, those two compounds where snipers can just rocket, even the smoke vortex is not being used to block any side. So they could have used that right now, but they're still playing with how NG Pros is timing it. They want to get to the center, and this is where AVIDA can take advantage of that.
My problem is NG Pros keeps insisting to play on the old meta. They're walking in here with the P90s. Yeah, it's decent in Clash Squad, but up against the VSSs is going to be a little bit of a challenge to walk away with these engagements. Pablo, though, M1887 in hand. VSS striking from up top. Anusit will punish. And NG Pros left with just one final player alive and kicking on the other side. Cropsy. Anubhav is not going to get picked up here. Will be secured. And the final shutdown. AVIDA inching closer and closer to the status of dual mode champions here at FFMAI.
Yeah, I love the game sense as well coming from Anusit. Because from that final moment, after he made those shots on the ground, he steps back, waits for the opportunity to find the opponents, which might be able to go for the backstab. That was Cropsy. And it's just that consciousness that teams like AVIDA, XKDs, or a player like Anusit is bringing to the table right here. So, one more point for match point, 2 more points to end this game, and as you called it, declare themselves as the dual champions. But Anusit, not a move, not a place that I've seen before, and this is a great position for him.
I've seen people inside that duct. Very rare to see them on top of it. Cropsy. Pablo spotting out an opportunity. Tags out Cropsy, forces him back, and Anusit with that wild position he holds on to with the VSS. Gets the Punisher. Tawan finds Cropsy with the M590. Goes in for the shutdown as well. Anubhav trying to get away. Pablo finds Aztec. Anubhav, the final player left on in here. And series. No. Championship point now for AVIDA XKDC up against NG Pros.
Only 1 point remains, but we've seen a little bit of fight from NG Pros. And this is the same area of the map that they managed to take one against AVIDA KDC. But they will not fall for the same trap, for the same tricks, and even the spawns has been flipped. Now let's see though, if this is where the story can be flipped for the side of NG Pros. Otherwise, we will be declaring the champions in the name of AVIDA KDC.
NG Pros, what can they do as AVIDA KDC approaches the cyber drop, looking for the 3rd point, looking for those level 3 loot from the cyber drop as well. Will choose to pick nothing up because with the coins they've collected so far, they've got the weapons that are needed to find this dominance. Manu drops the Flame Mirage, backs away. Anusit with the backstab, but the time turner saves Aztec.
Yeah, I mean, great timing. It's a good thing that Anusit was able to be left behind. An opportunity for either way. Aztec will be taken down by Anusit with that P90. Now Tawan goes in for the chase. Manu will be down. Anusit surviving against 2 players. Cropsy not even landing those hits. But now the rest of the teams of AVIDA KDC is looking to end this. And Cropsy being taken down. And we have our champions. Dual mode champions for Fire MAX Asia Invitational 2025.
Thailand continues to dominate. At the global finals, it was Thailand. At the SEA Games, it was Thailand. And here at the Fire MAX Asia Invitational, it is yet again Thailand. One dominant nation in the world of Free Fire. And the Thai players are more than proud to continuously make it happen for their nation and for all of their Free Fire champs out there. The fans are absolutely livid with this championship because it's not just one that shows the dominance out of AVIDA x KDC. Dual mode champions. Can you believe it, Neptune?
Oh, yes, indeed. Dual mode champions and living up to the name of the Thai mechanics that has been brought in by the other teams, the other titans from their region. Now, we will be declaring another titan, and it's not just from a Southeast Asia battle. This is crossover of Southeast Asia and South Asia, and they still managed to rock it. So congratulations to AVIDA x KDC.
My goodness. I did not expect this at all. If at the very start you would have told me that AVIDA x KDC is going to be impressive, I would have been, oh my God. Triple on the MVP. Anu Sid just telling everybody, sit down. We will do the talking. We will do the playing. We will do the winning. Both Battle Royale and Clash Squad conquered, dominated, and they've run away with it, man. 9 eliminations, 15. My goodness, this time round. Weapon of choice, the VSS. We talked about this even before the game started. My goodness me, they did not skip a beat at all. The rate of fire, and even as anticipated, that Luna showing up on the passive skills, making that VSS so much more deadlier.
And this is a team started off even in round 1 of the brackets, has used that VSS into play. When we saw them going in for a third game, we thought, what is happening? Is AVIDA x KDC even that strong? But they are just playing with their opponents, eating them alive round after round. And similar approach has happened from the first up until the third match, and the result is still the same. It's AVIDA x KDC winning the games.
And if you look at the assists here, 14 off of Long Kong, and 11 eliminations off of the one, 8 eliminations off of Pablo. Massive assistance here from the rest of the team members. And NG Pros, they woke up for 3 rounds.
Yeah.
But they woke up a little bit too late within the series. And even those 3 rounds was just not enough. But you could see the fight. You could see the hustle in NG Pros. But what NG Pros really needs is very clear. They need an analyst. They need to go back to the drawing board. They need to go back and sit down and figure out exactly how to dominate the game even before starting. It's not their fault. They definitely do need some extra assistance. Maybe with the prize money that they do walk away with from both Battle Royale as well as Clash Squad will help them obtain a great analyst for their side.
Yeah, definitely agree. And again, this is where those those homeworks are important. We are throwing some numbers, some data into this mix because we want to explain as well what's happening. But for them, they just not the explanation. It's more of how are they going to play with that or counter it or whatever they need to do to win those games. So result might be different if they do have those staff to back them up in here, because firepower, mechanical skills, even the tenacity of a team. From that final moment, we are seeing that fire, and their fire is being fueled for the love of Free Fire, for the love of being close to the champions. But AVIDA x KDC has more fire on them, and they managed to grab it on 3-0 for the series.
6-0, 6-1, 6-3. With an overall scoreline of a 3-0 within this best of 5 series. A clean matchup up against NG Pros, not allowing them to win a single game against them. AVIDA x KDC, what a brilliant way to bring the competition to an end here. They have to be proud of themselves because of what they've managed to achieve. Let's take a look at the brackets once again so that we can hit a quick recap on their journey so far.
And the first round of battle for AVIDA x KDC, they managed to win their games 2-1 against Magna Esports Club. And this is where we started questioning AVIDA x KDC, because there's one match where they did end it with a 0 for the opponent, but when they went against Reckoning Esports, how well Reckoning Esports fought it against IQTG from the first round. We thought that that was a great fight, that we are going to see. But still, with the XKDC, that's where they reintroduced that VSS Luna combination, and they have been rocking it all the way. And the only difference that we've seen, though, is the complete dominance that they have against BIGETRON Esports, or BIGETRON by Vitality. Imagine BIGETRON by Vitality beating down the Falcons. They were expected a great fight might be brought in by the team.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a easy battle for them, right? Because like you pointed out, Falcons was not an easy opponent. BIGETRON sorted them out. But up against AVIDA, BIGETRON seemed like they were nothing. And honestly, up against anyone that AVIDA has faced off thus far, they have seen like they were nothing. AVIDA has made it through all the way into the grand finals, and they've only lost one game. And I'm actually quite proud to say that game was actually up against a Malaysian team. But of course, nothing came out of that. They still got beaten, but you know, at least one game.
Yeah. Well, it's good. It's good. I mean, that's the first round testing phase. We're in. Like Magna Esports Club could have at least make that win, but if that is the case, we might not even see a champions coming from the same bracket because it will be switched up. Other teams are showing up, and when you pointed out in the match summary that we have earlier, how did like NG Pros was evolving round after or match after match.
Yes.
Like 0 points, 1 point, and then 3 points. Given more opportunity, we don't know what we are going to expect from NG Pros. Given more time, more tournaments, NG Pros might be rocking it. But the same goes for AVIDA XKDC. They will be doing more of the homework, more of the trainings, and they would be even deadlier, especially as they will get not only the title, but also the prize pool.
Maybe. Or maybe they start resting on their laurels and then the other teams catch up and overtake them, right? You know, the tortoise and the hare, it's a age-old story. We all know exactly how it goes. Many champions in the past have already gotten to the front and then kind of slacked off, which is exactly why we've got a little bit of a back and forth going on in the world of Free Fire Esports. But of course, AVIDA XKDC definitely on their way to the summit of Free Fire Esports for sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that actually brings us to the very end of the Free Fire MAX Asia Invitational 2025. Once again, congratulations to AVIDA XKDC. Congratulations to all of the Indian teams. Congratulations to the whole of South Asia for the battle that they have put up and for all of the efforts they've thrown into the competition. This competition was not to see South Asia dominate Southeast Asia. This competition was purely to see where South Asia stands so far so that we can finally start this story, finally start this journey and see their progress into the future, Neptune.
Yeah, in the name of Free Fire, the name of the other casters that has joined us on the desk, Crips, Zora, as well as Lucifer, the name of a production who brought up a great show. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, together by the one and only Mustachio AJ. We have brought you an awesome game, but we had to end it, and we had to bid goodbye and good night.
First blood.